Mr. Sign's live stream's on? Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the February 24th, 2025 meeting of the Preston County Board of Education. As president, I call this meeting to order. We will have our moment of silence and pledge of allegiance at the 10 o'clock hour. At this time, I would like to start with our item of 1B for a student hearing, and I request a motion to enter into executive session.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion for executive session made by Mr. Kisner.
Second.
Second by Mr. Zigray. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? Okay, not hearing any. It's been moved and seconded. Is this a voice vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll start with the voice vote with Mr. Kisner.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 at 9:11.
Okay, can we please turn off the live stream and close the doors? Under the agenda item of reassessment of expulsion diversion plan for student A, we have a recommended action based on feedback. So it's recommended that based on the feedback from students, from the school and from Preston County Probation Office, it's recommended that the board approve the reinstatement of student A to a regular education placement. Student is still subject to expulsion for violation of the original plan. Can I please get that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Moved by Mr. Zigray. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mrs. Miller. Okay, is there any discussion amongst the board? And just reminder, we are in open session.
I mean, my concerns are, I think that we've talked about these reinstatements being appeals that are made by students that are going beyond and carrying their end of the bargain up. I give weight to the administration and the teachers' request. I mean, again, I do think that a student's best chance at success is in the classroom. I do think we're also responsible for the 25 around them. So, I mean, Mr. Martin, I would hope that we are extremely, extremely, extremely observant, and to the letter of the law, if this passes, there should be zero effect on any other student's education. I mean, if this were to pass, there cannot be any effect on any other student's educational opportunities, right? I mean, this is I struggle. I would also request that there is some follow-up looking in Schoology. What I suspect is that potentially maybe there was reach out to these teachers in the last couple weeks, knowing that this hearing was coming up, but I find it highly unlikely that these teachers have reported that there was no communication and that there really was meaningful, intentional communication trying to increase student performance. I call it the skeptic in me, but I do think we should follow up on those. And we don't need to be a part of it, but I do think there should be a real conversation about what really happened there. In light of that, that would be my position that would be my thoughts if this passes.
Understood.
Okay. Any discussion from Mrs. Miller, Mr. Zigray? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
I'm going to put Mr. Hoover, who's just not present, to vote because he'll be here by 10.
Okay.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-1 with Mr. Hovatter not present at the time of the vote.
Okay, I now move that we recess until the 10 o'clock hour.
Second.
1 second. Okay, we have a motion for recess until 10 o'clock made by myself and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any, I'll call a voice vote starting with Mr. Kisner.
Yes.
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 Motion passes 4-0 at 9:33.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sign says we're up.
And it's not until they're standing in front of me, but yes, apparently they're all women.
Yeah, I thought it was super early too.
I think of her, so I
It
think
is so ingrained in my head, like Ashley is definitively a female. Say the word.
All right, hello, everyone. Okay, this meeting was called to order a little after 9 o'clock for a student hearing. At 9:28, we had a motion to recess until 10 o'clock. It is now the 10 o'clock hour. We will start with a moment of silence and then proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance led by the Vice President.
If you'll please stand.
Okay, our first item of business will be recognitions led by the superintendent.
One moment, Mr. Tathan. Okay, board members, in terms of recognitions today, I asked Coach Brad Reed from Preston High School to be in attendance today. Coach Reed was actually recently named as the Big Ten Conference Coach of the Year. They finished in runner-up status in the Big Ten Conference meet, and this weekend, I believe they qualified 4 athletes to the state wrestling event. So certainly wanted to recognize Coach Reed for his great accomplishment this year, and certainly we're very hopeful to see how the team does this coming weekend at their performance at the state wrestling event. So I would ask if Mr. Reed could please come forward for recognition by the board and the general public. I would certainly say Mr. Reed has made great efforts in bringing continued improvements to the wrestling program, has also worked in conjunction with the Youth Wrestling Association. Very excited with the new facility that's been built. I just think there's a lot of great things going on with the wrestling program, and certainly I would attribute a lot of those things to Coach Reed. So thank you for all your hard work and efforts, Brad. Thank you. If we give Coach Reed a big round of applause. After the wrestlers' performance. Absolutely.
Okay, that's everything for recognitions. Okay. Next on the agenda is delegations. For folks signed up, we have first Angie Varner, employee.
I move we go into executive session for discussion of personnel needs.
Second.
Okay, a motion has been made by Mr. Kisner to enter executive session for personnel and seconded by Mr. Zigray. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any. It's been made and seconded. Take a voice vote, starting with Mrs. Miller.
Yes.
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 Motion passes 5-0 at 10:07. Ready, Mr. Science? Go.
Okay. May I please get a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Kisner to return to open session, and it's seconded by Mr. Hovatter. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any, we'll do a voice vote, starting with Mr. Hovatter.
Yes.
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 Motion passes 5-0 at 10:36.
Okay, while in executive session, we heard employee concerns. No action was taken. Okay, next on the delegation list is Ms. Amanda Alexander.
Tell me when I have 5 minutes.
Ms. Zags, make sure that mic's turned on. I think it is. You can lower that down wherever you need to.
It's on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Amanda Alexander, and I'm here to address several items I believe that need to be updated or added to Preston County Schools. Virtual school, K-12, in particular K through 5. The days of the one-size-fits-all model are gone. More and more families are opting for non-traditional methods of education, and I believe Preston County Schools needs to offer alternative options to keep up with the times and the student needs. I cannot imagine that Preston County Schools enjoys cutting checks to other schools after losing yet another student each year. Is it not possible to do like Upshur County and offer virtual for everyone within the state? Is it not possible to offer some type of K through 5, K-12 program? Some would argue virtual is not the best due to social engagement studies. I would, however, argue that social engagement can be achieved virtually and added to with extracurricular activities. Virtual schools offer increased accommodations for individual kids' preferences and learning needs. It allows for more parental involvement by facilitating involvement as often and as much as a parent chooses. Unlike traditional brick and mortar schools wherein parents are only realizing issues at report cards and have little time, if any, to work with their child to course correct. Virtual schools offer flexibility. Students are able to do school anywhere and anytime and enjoy other things or attend appointments, etc., without missing school or falling behind. Virtual schools offer personalized learning. They can move at their own pace. There are more electives. There's incorporation of hands-on activities such as community services, 4-H, etc. It also offers game, play, learning. It's a safe learning environment, free from bullying and distractions. And no child is left behind due to snow, buses not running, etc. If for no other reason, could Preston County Schools not cash in on the need for virtual alternatives in this area and/or offer blended plans too? Secondly, the SHIELD program, which I talked to Mr. Martin about a little bit. It's roughly $24,000, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, split 3 ways per year. The county commission is on board, sheriff's on board. Basically just need a commitment from the board that you guys would be on board as well, and I am to present to the county commission, and we will go from there. That's to cover overtime pay for an officer to be in the school systems, wherever they randomly pick, so no one knows where they're going to be for 2 hours a week in the schools. It's a way to help with student safety and create a positive environment for learning in person. iReady. I talked about this a little bit before at the previous meeting, but there needs to be something done about this platform. Students are learning one thing in class and something completely different on it. Students are missing basics and the need for repetitiveness until the understanding is reached. Students are currently in class learning 3 different ways to do a problem in math, and then we wonder why they're confused. A minimum of 50 minutes in ELA and math each week is almost an hour in each class those students could be learning from their teachers and peers. Fourthly, I would like for more brain freeze days to be added to the school year. I know that's turned in and submitted prior to the school year starting. For me, it's unacceptable to not have school when remote is a possibility. Fifth, volunteer chaperone policy. I would like for somebody to let me know whether that can be updated with the verbiage that I requested or not. And lastly, alternative schools. I had a question in regards to that at the last meeting, and Mr. Martin, you said that that would be more like a Reedsville-like area that you would use as the alternative school. My question is do they have or allow for less educational time per year or no if they're in an alternative setting?
The answer now, if they are operating an independent school, which is what we would propose, they can run an alternative schedule because they would likely have to be on a shortened academic day just based upon travel considerations.
Okay.
And I would say, Amanda, if there were students involved that had IEP considerations, we would still have to be able to fulfill any required IEP times in a set. If the child were to be placed in such a setting, we would have to have the means to be able to fulfill all the considerations of an IEP or 504 plan.
Okay.
Amanda, I took out his time, but you're at 4:21 currently.
Okay. One last thing. If you were to do an alternative school, would it not be possible to actually house that alternative school inside of a building that you already have operational?
What we've been told is that we would then be subject to the schedule of the school in which the school is being housed, which does create some issues for us.
Is that more due to transportation?
No, it's just when we reached out over that matter before, when the Roseburg facility was, obviously it still is open, but if we were to operate out of that building, we would have been subject to that academic day times, as I understood.
Okay. Okay, that answers that question, and I think that's all that I have. Thank you.
Okay, you were at 4:40. Just real quick, so we have the virtual on our agenda, but we've not approved the agenda yet. So at this point, if any board member has any request for additional information from Ms. Alexander, this would be the time to ask for it.
If I understand, just in general, you just would desire that we offer it for K through 12, would be the summation, correct?
Well, there isn't right now currently 6 through 12 can do some form of virtual.
Right.
I would like it to be offered K through 5 because, I know of 2 students this year that moved out of Preston County school system in order to do virtual. I have a child that should be attending Preston County schools, but he is virtual, through Upshur County.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I think if it was offered, you would retain a lot more students, but also more money coming into the school. I would like to see it maybe not necessarily completely virtual, but also offering some type of like blended plan, virtual and in person with different aspects. Not everybody's going to learn the best way, this way, this way, or this way. And right now, it's just straight traditional.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tatham, if I just want to add a couple things. Ms. Alexander, in regards to the non-traditional education days, what we call brain freeze, current state code only permits us to have we can only have 5 days as per current state code, so that would require some type of legislative change. One thing that has been communicated that I was going to bring forth during the superintendent's update is that based upon the number of days out, it appears that the state does have the discretion to at least we can appeal for certain days to be potentially be granted as a waiver. For example, the day of the governor's declaration or the day in which we canceled school based upon the online threats, we can ask for those days to be forgiven from the state superintendent of schools. That was not the position that was granted. We had a meeting about a month and a half ago where they indicated that would not be something that would be considered. I have received recent communications from Superintendent Blatt, and I think maybe some of this is attributed to the flood situations we're seeing in southern West Virginia, that they will at least entertain an appeal request from counties. And we would probably appeal 2 days that could be, would push where we wouldn't be going to June 5th, but potentially to June 3rd if they were granted. But in regards to those non-traditional or brain freeze days, you're correct. That has to be something that we submit to the State Department in advance. So when we come forth with our calendar recommendation, which should be happening in the next month or so, that also has to be put forth as a request at that time. But again, current legislation only allows us to request for 5 days.
Okay, next on the agenda is approving the agenda.
I move we approve the agenda, please.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
All right, Mrs. Miller. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda and we have it seconded by Mrs. Miller. Is there any changes to the order or corrections of the agenda? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next on the agenda is our presentations section, and we have Dr. Lynn Hausner. And Dr. Hausner, if you'll just please start by introducing yourself and doing all that.
My name's Lynn Hausner, and I'm a 30-year resident of Preston County, live in Kingwood. Love my stay here and continue to stay here. And I was at the university for almost 20 years in teacher education, and had student teachers here at Preston County, and done some workshops for the teachers here as well. What I want to do this morning, very briefly, is to share with you 3 general ideas. And if those ideas resonate with the board and with the superintendent, I'd be happy to come back and talk to them about them in greater specificity. And I do have a handout that you have in front of you. Let's just go through these real quick, one at a time.
Dr. Hausner, I just
Yes.
wanted to tell you is anything that you had submitted in your original email, the board has copies of that.
Okay.
And then whatever you provided to us today.
Very good, thank you. And today I just made a brief synopsis, 1 page. The first idea is making math meaningful. When I was at New Mexico State University in Las Cruces, New Mexico, we had some real problems with math achievement among our children. And I got a Title I innovative grant and did a summer program called the Sport Science Institute. And in that program, we really turned all of the testing and assessing and recording data over to the kids. So the kids were the ones with the stopwatches and the measuring tapes. And these are kids that had a very difficult time dealing with basic math concepts. They were 4th and 5th graders. It was a 4-week program, 4 hours a day. They did a lot of calculating of scores. They would learn archery and do graphing every day in terms of how they were improving. So there was just a lot of math interspersed throughout this program, and they just skyrocketed. They went from a 16 on their pre-test to 76 as an average on their post-test. So they really did well. And what we did in this program is we started with health-related fitness, and we used the FitnessGram data. So the data was meaningful to the student. It was their own data. It had to do with themselves. We also had skill-related data that we used. The program was run by not only university personnel, but classroom teachers, resource teachers, and physical education teachers. And working together, they were able to see tremendous gains in this study. So that's one idea, and I thought maybe if that resonated, we could try a pilot program here in Preston County where we might get a school or 2 where the PE teacher and the classroom teachers and the math teachers would work together on getting those data organized with the children, and then use those data to teach the developmentally appropriate math concepts in the classroom. So that's sort of idea number 1. The idea 2 is the outdoor adventure activities program, the one that was funded by the Smith family at WVU. I know the superintendent has already been involved with that, and the board has been involved in terms of the Ascend program and recruiting teachers here in Preston County. I know there's still a great need for teachers, particularly STEM teachers, here in Preston County. And I would just suggest that one of the things we could do to recruit more teachers in this area is to let them know that they can actually teach classes in their areas. So if they come in as a hiking and geocaching expert, they can teach a class in that area. Not only to
Geocaching.
students, and maybe as part of the CTE program, but also as a fee-based course. So they can be teaching in their area of expertise during the summer, weekends, evenings, et cetera, and augment their salaries. So I think that would be a decent recruiting mechanism. And then the final idea is the Preston Community Arts Center. I was president of that for 4 or 5 years. And if you look at the back of the sheet, you can see all the different things we offered back in 2018. We had over 50 events that year, and over 2,500 people came to those events. So it was very popular, very well attended, and COVID then, unfortunately, was something we had to contend with, and we had to cancel several seasons, and we haven't really recovered from that. And with the strength of the arts and music and theater here in Preston County, I'd like to think about the possibility of having a public-private partnership and to try to reestablish the music and the arts and some of these kind of programs here in Preston County at the junior high school, here at the high school. And so that would be one idea as well, is to work together, maybe get some grants. We could, that could be an entrepreneurial activity. We made money. I'm bringing $1,800 to the table that we still have. But we made money on every one of these events. They could go into a scholarship fund for kids, for travel to perform elsewhere. It'll give the opportunity for kids to actually display their art and their talent. So I think there's some possibilities in all three of those areas.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hausner. I think you have some great ideas, and I want to thank you also for the professionalism and the efficiency of your presentation, of being able to transmit so much information. I'll open it up to the board and for the superintendent for any comments or questions.
Dr. Hausner, again, I think many of your ideas could certainly be things that we could look to work in conjunction with you. You know, I would just like an opportunity maybe just to follow up or maybe schedule a formal time for you and I to sit down with some other stakeholders to you know, get some things started in regards to what's been discussed. In particular, I know that we're, you know, trying to coordinate a arts music event in the spring with our teachers. So, you know, Mrs. Layton, I think maybe, obviously, I know you've had some involvement there. We maybe like to, at the very, you know, initially is to establish a time where you and Brenda and I could sit down and maybe brainstorm some ideas as well, for sure.
That would be very good. Thank you.
Your proposal regarding the fitness and math correlation, what grades was that done in?
4th and 5th grade was the Sports Science Institute.
Okay. I mean, I would say that we're fortunate enough to have Ms. Rush here today. They got to hear your presentation. She's in charge of our curriculum in those grades. I don't know if this is something, Ms. Rush, that you think is possible, potential, or in our current setup just wouldn't fit at all. So, I mean, I think that your input, or if you wanted to meet with Mr. Hausner to discuss that, to see if that's something potential. Again, I think if you ask kids what's their favorite subject, recess is number 1, PE is number 2, right? Like maybe math is number 2, or I'm sorry, maybe lunch is number 2 and third is PE. But anyways, I mean, I think things that can incorporate that may be of interest, I think may be a benefit. But I don't know logistics to say whether or not it would fit or not, but Ms. Rush could.
The one thing that I should mention is that these data are pre-existing data.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have to be taught, they have to be collected every year.
Yes.
What, 4th through 8th grade, I believe.
Yeah, I said that's an annual required process, the fitness cram.
So the data is
High school
there.
even does it.
Yeah, the math is there, the data is there. It's just a matter of organizing it by child so they know their own BMI, they know their own sit and read scores. And I think one of the important things is to get the kids involved and actually measuring and recording their own data, so they're actually involved in that part of the process. And if you get them involved in that, they start understanding numbers, and then that numbers mean something other than in a classroom. They actually had a meeting with me personally.
Right, right. And I think that transition into real-life skills is hugely important. And as far as your other two proposals, thank you very much again for bringing them. Just to be clear, you have not discussed your proposal with Dream Mountain in any way at this point in time. Is that accurate? I mean, have you reached out to them already in any way, or Dream Mountain was just part of your proposal of an idea?
Just an idea.
Okay, and that's fine. I just was making sure we were clear as to
And
what
Mr.
that's.
Kisner, I said, Mr. Poling has expressed,
Right, right.
interest in any type of youth-based
Yeah,
programming.
yeah.
So,
I mean, from where I sit, the first one, your first proposal is the most important to me because, again, I would like to see us do a couple things with excellence and then branch out into others. And your other ideas are fantastic. I think it's good for community. I think the legislature encourages community to bring ideas to the board. But I would say your first one is the one I particularly would be most interested because, again, it would meet two areas that we already are trying to improve in as far as math and physical fitness. But thank you very much for being here.
Okay. Other board members? Okay, so Dr. Hausner, I would say this is not an action area for the board. You would be working through the superintendent and any heads of departments. However, we would encourage you, kind of like as we see with Mrs. Alexander, to stay involved and keep coming back. You can always come back for presentation, or you can walk into any board meeting and within at the beginning of the meeting, sign up as a delegation and speak, and just keep us updated on any process.
And I did give you a lot of materials that I said that actually requires reading and math for kids. A lot of task sheets and things where kids are involved in actually reporting here again, measuring their own performance. And we think that part is very important.
Again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hausner.
Okay, next on our agenda is Justin Hogue. Mr. Hogue, again, introduce yourself and state your title and purpose.
Justin Hogue, Director of Communications, Testing, and Nutrition. I'm going to start with the testing and communications update, but if that's something that ends up getting pursued along with Ms. Rush, I'm actually the one that inputs that data for our fitnessgram through 4th through 8 every year, so that's very easy to access. Those past ones, as well as that kind of got my head spinning in terms of some ideas that we could do on the wellness side with the students setting their goals. So if that time comes, happy to jump on board with that. On the testing and communication side, updates tomorrow is our Golden Horseshoe essay test. Every 8th grader in the county will be doing that. I actually emailed out the prompts and the paperwork to all the administrators and those teachers this morning. The essay is not a requirement. However, that is what it ends up being utilized. That's not part of your scoring, but that gets utilized if they go into a tiebreaker. So all those will be scanned in by the end of the week, and if for some reason we would have a couple of students that were to tie, that essay will be used to do that. We have a total of 5 homeschool students that are choosing to participate as well in the Golden Horseshoe this year. They've all been contacted. They know when and where to report tomorrow, as well as we have all their login information for whenever we do the multiple choice test, which that's the big one. That is March 18th. And then we have makeup days at the end of March. However, unfortunately, if a student does the makeup, that's solely for our data, as every 8th grade student is required to take it, but they don't get counted into potentially becoming a Knight of the Golden Horseshoe. Looking ahead at testing, we had a principals meeting the other day. All of our principals and building level coordinators were trained on the GSA state testing. Staff will be trained on March 21st, which is set for a PD day. So they'll all have their testing there. And then that testing begins the week of May 12th. One of the changes this year, however, is that the State Department made the decision to not hold writing as a separate testing date, which I don't understand, because that's actually what held up our scores, was that all that writing has to be hand scored. So that's what took so long. And last year they did it about 2 months in advance. This year it will actually be done in the same week. Because of that, we're looking at our 5th and 8th graders potentially having to take 4 tests, because our 5th and 8th grade also have to do science. So what I put out to all the administrators and all the coordinators was, here's when our testing window starts, here's when it has to be finished by, So I am not actually putting out a county-wide required, you will do math this day, you will do ELA this day. They know their buildings and they know their students better. They know how they'll perform better. So looking at those different models, especially, Central Preston would be one that would be more affected as they have grades 5 through 8. So I put out 2 generic kind of schedules of how, if I were a building administrator, this is how I would set up my testing. But the requirement that was put out to them was essentially, hey, if you don't pick one of these 2, just let me know. So that way, at least, we know, myself and Mr. Martin knows, hey, all right, this school's taking these tests during this day. These are taking it during this day. But I really didn't want to put handcuffs on them in terms of how they carry that out. As long as they get all their testing done by that date, again, they know their students better. They know what may work better in terms of, hey, our kids are going to do better on math Monday morning as they would ELA Monday morning. So those schedules will be forthcoming. The next one up after going horseshoe will be the high school. The juniors will be taking their SAT test. That'll be on April 9th. And then I'm in the process right now of scheduling our testing. Our English as second language students take a version of the GSA called the ELPA 21. I'm working on scheduling that for those students right now. Any questions on testing before I move into the next spot?
So, Mr. Hoag, I just want to understand, right, there's no requirement for all of our schools to take math
No.
like the same, which that is a change from previous year. I can remember years past, that was, you had to designate days and that's when
Yeah.
you tested, other than makeups.
Nope, so as long as everything is completed by the end of the testing window, and actually my thought process going there actually wasn't me at our last state testing meeting. Most of the other county coordinators said that they switched over when that policy changed to allowing their school
I like
coordinators and their
that. It's
principals to go ahead and dictate that schedule. And I guess essentially what we'll see at the end of that is if we see that maybe we had 1 or 2 schools performing significantly higher than the other, that's going to be a factor that we're going to be able to look into. So eventually if we want to adopt hey, this is a more testing friendly schedule to do. They've put out the window for next year. It's a much longer window, meaning it starts a lot sooner, like early April. But we rarely, as Preston County, start that early on it, just solely we don't want those kids' mindsets to kind of change. Oh, well, testing's over, so I'm finished. As well as they still have an entire month of stuff to learn in the classroom. So actually, that'll be something we'll discuss in the calendar committee meeting when we want that to be. But if we keep along the same track to finish it next year, it looks like it'll actually be the exact same week next year. So we'd start the week of May 11th.
Are you going to each of the schools, like, again, if 3 of them do it in one day on the same day, but will you be at the schools for, like, if one school's doing it on certain dates?
I'll kind of bump in, and I had a conversation in terms, like, I think it's actually very important to have an administrator, so where we have that administrative split between Rollsburg and Fellows,ville, Mr. Schmidt was supposed to be working on his schedule, and whatever day he actually can't be at one of the buildings, I'm going to be in that building, just to make sure that there aren't any issues. And then there's always a chance that the state testing office could show up one of those days. But they let me know that in advance, so I'll have to turn that schedule into them prior. Communications-wise, don't know if you all kind of followed some of the posts. We got the busing situation worked out in terms of our call lists. How the system is set up now, it doesn't actually pull that information from Weavis. So we were manually creating call lists and then just looking at the bus list provided to us in order to do those updates. I've gotten with Mr. Sines, and we are going to work it out to where all of the secretaries will be required next year to have those bus runs listed on all the students on Weavis, so that way that information will pull automatically. So we'll never, in theory, we should never miss a student then, or a student shouldn't miss a phone call, which we've had a handful of those occur this year. But it'll make those call lists the exact same way. If we have a student move in or out, it'll wipe them out. So then that way we're not having to put them on do not contact list for that.
And Justin, that's eliminated the need to put a full school call out for a singular bus
Yes,
service.
and that was the plan, was to not have constant county calls going out and you getting information that wasn't pertinent to your students, which those all go out on social media as well. It's very interesting. A lot of times when we get the calls that they were unaware that their student didn't get it, but they actually commented on the posts. So I don't know where the disconnect is there. But
We get logs of their activity too,
Yeah.
in terms of whether a call was received. I think sometimes folks aren't aware of that.
Yeah, and I'm going to get with Thrillshare. I actually have a call with them about potentially another product that they're kind of putting out later this week. But I am going to ask them what we have seen in terms of inclement weather when we have it to where some of those calls don't go out. You have more than half the counties in the state utilizing the same system, and it all goes through like Thrillshare's like central hub. So if hypothetically, so like, if we look on there now and, I'll get with Mr. Martin, I'm starting to kind of pick different random times for some of those like calls to go out. So that way they wouldn't, flood a typical best practices. Well, hey, I'm gonna send everything out at like 6 p.m. Well, guess what? 30 other counties did too, which that's what delays the system sometimes, since everybody in the state's roughly using the same thing. Just a quick overview of, what our social media looks like. Last month, we had 800,000 views across our posts. 72% of those are from people who actually follow the page, 28% are for those that don't, so whether they popped up because a friend of theirs shared or commented. And then we had about 5,000 interactions on those posts, whether they be likes, comments, or messages. For the general public's know-how and you to know how, we don't purposely filter out any messages. We have an algorithm, which most of the other counties in the state utilize that. So essentially, if somebody's not just sharing something out, that's what hides like those comments. But myself, Mr. Martin, Ms. Varner are actually able to see those comments. So that way, if there's ever any pertinent information, we can respond back to that parent without creating an entire conversation via Facebook. Because most of the time, those are conversations that would end up wanting to be behind, closed doors, or just specifically something that, myself can handle or Mr. Martin or Ms. Varner can handle. We got our new phone system. If anybody didn't realize, all you do is put a 3 in front of the extensions, and that's with our new one. The county page is updated. The schools are updating theirs on their own online, which most of them have done so. And we're continuing to make updates on our county website, whether through feedback or myself just going through scrubbing, seeing that things are outdated. And when I think we're finding a good place to say we're like 100%, I'll get back with you all, because that may be a team effort then to kind of scroll back through and see what needs to be. So, any questions on the communication side? All right, I will make.
It's like Shark Tank.
You want to kind of pass along, if you munch on them, I don't care. They're samples.
Long meeting, Mr. Hogan.
They're samples, and then I'll explain to you what we're doing. I'll go through a couple of the other things first. So right now, actually, this year, Preston County was selected to be a part of our state child nutrition review. Technically, that occurs every 4 years. However, with myself being new to the position, the State Department decided they would rather conduct that review now to make sure I didn't spend a year doing the wrong thing, in case I was. So our actual in-person part of that review has had to be postponed due to inclement weather. They haven't got back to me when that will be. However, I had to turn in about 12 sections of pre-scanned documents from the 2 schools selected, as well as documents that I upload on a regular basis. And as of now, knock on wood, there's only 2 documents that haven't been reviewed, but so far there's been 0 findings on the other documents. So again, knock on wood that it stays that way, as that is part of our state scorecard now. But anything that comes from that, if there are any findings, those will be communicated to you all, as well as a plan to fix those. But so far it's looking good. They will be in person at Preston High School and Kingwood Elementary. They will always be at Preston High School, as they pick the largest school that has the most kids that go through for breakfast and lunch. But hopefully that'll be sometime in March that they do that. Our meal participation from January was down. That could be like a number of factors. It was down 1%. That could be flu, illness related. It could be from, the snow days, how the system kind of pulls that. But we're still up overall 2% from last year for lunch, and breakfast is staying pretty stagnant. Breakfast is usually that way. Still seeing distribution issues, mainly in produce. I do get weekly updates that'll show certain items that have a lot more inflation than others. So essentially, as you know, you all go to the grocery store yourself, know right now, any product that wouldn't have been pre-made by a certain point in time, if it has eggs in it, likely that's something that's going up. We're seeing a lot more in terms of poultry items and then other meats. But you could see there, everything cost-wise went up anywhere between 4% and 13%. However, for our federal reimbursements, they only adjusted us by 1.05% for the year, so not quite making that up. As well as currently, we are down $54,242.72 from this same point last year. I pulled all of last year's numbers as well as our current ones from reimbursements. That's where we're at. As much as we don't want to be down that much from what we lost in students for our free and reduced rates, we actually had the potential by the end of this year to be down $200,000 in reimbursements. So, if we do the math, it does not look like we're going to come close to that $200,000 mark, which is a good thing.
Right.
But we're still, looking at being at that level of a deficit compared to previous years, which is why you have the items in front of you. So one of the things to do, rather than just go, hey, we're 54,000 in the hole, we may be about 80,000 in the hole by the end of the year, let's start trying to chip away at that. So for my first presentation, you saw that over the summer, we were roughly $18,000 over what we got in federal reimbursements, because essentially we are paying a cook for 20 students. And so we're only being reimbursed those 20 students. However, that cook is getting a full salary for the summer. So what you have in front of you are USDA approved, shelf stable for 6 months, breakfast and lunches. Those are just a couple samples from the company. But with those, what we could do is we can actually eliminate the need to have cooks for our summer program. And looking at the cost, which I'd provided you all that in your packet, if we go to what the most expensive offering for their lunch meal is and their most expensive offering for what their breakfast meal is, we're still actually under what our reimbursable rate will be for the summer. So essentially the idea for the summer was we would completely break even, as well as actually I got word that any funds that we bring in that are actually over what we spent, as long as we actually use those for child nutrition purposes, we do not have to submit those back to the state. So I'll crunch the numbers even more, and if it would look like that we'd be like, a few $1,000s ahead at the end of the summer, we can actually pre-order some of those for the next school year for field trips. We've kind of looked at those would be a great option for field trips, as well as on our brain freeze days, because we offer to feed our kids for our brain freeze days, but this will cut down on costs. Very easy to use. We think the kids are actually going to potentially like the idea, as you see that those are prepackaged. Per the regulation, they just need, of their 20 minutes of seat time for lunch, as long as they have actively eaten for 10 minutes and something is unopened, they can actually take that out of the cafeteria with them. So looking, potentially we have a lot of kids that they're going to be able to take some like excess stuff home with them if they would want to, which I think would fare well with our population. And this is something that my plan is to follow up with doing this to kind of get feedback. Again, I want more feedback from the students, as this is what they are eating. I am sure that parents will kind of have an idea, like, do you actually really constitute that as a lunch? I would venture to guess that if I walked into about 80% of the houses in the county, that's probably a lot closer to what lunch is for a elementary, middle school kid on a daily basis than, a completely full hot meal that we're giving them regularly. And if that actually ends up being something that they respond well to, if it's something that you all are inclined to potentially look at in the future, I'm not going to go into those details today. This is something we could discuss at the beginning of next school year in our 5-year budgetary meetings that we've had with Ms. Kerstetter and in my conversations with Mr. Martin. This is actually something that we could incorporate in the future, even if a couple days a week, in terms of we're struggling with our personnel, but it could be a major cost-saving measure in the future. And when I say major cost-saving measure, I mean, potentially looking at plans in the future to where we would save anywhere between $200,000 and $400,000 a year if we kind of adjust how we're operating. Again, kind of shifting a mindset, completely new. You're used to seeing one version of a school lunch, you know, and then I just put in front of you a bag of prepackaged stuff. But again, everything in front of you meets all the USDA requirements for federal reimbursements.
And Mr. Hoag, you could, if we were to go to a model of that, I mean, it could be also supplemented, for example, like with a salad bar offering or some type of.
Yeah, so if we were, like, and we had discussed that in our meetings, if this is something we would look to do, like, in the future, during, like, the regular school year, regular school day, we would actually really, like, soup up our salad bars. So that way that would still be an offering, and it actually wouldn't cost us, you know, any more or any less money there, to where, you know, a student likely could be handed that as well as they'd have full range of the salad bar daily. But just trying to look at more long-term plans in terms of cutting costs, cutting wastes, looking at a little more sustainability. And, you know, as of right now, we've got 2 positions that haven't been filled. Those kitchens are working short-staffed. We've got background checks that are, you know, far behind. We don't have very many people like in our sub pool right now. So that could be something that helps to offset that in the future, to where, you know, obviously something like this, you don't need all hands on deck to put out each day. Kind of along those lines with, like, those vacancies, right now, it's on its 3rd reading today, and then it'll go up for a vote after that. So Senate Bill 275 was introduced. That will eliminate the high school diploma requirement for cooks and custodians for anybody age 21 or over. So we're thinking that could help us fill some of these vacancies, as we've actually turned down 2 people this year, and not turned them down. We've just encouraged them. They're going to be working on getting their GEDs to be able to get those positions. But we've had 2 people who qualified otherwise, meaning background check was fine, they passed their cook test, but because they didn't have that high school diploma or GED, we were not able to hire them. So that'll be a big help for us. So before I get to my just last little point, is there any kind of questions on your little snack things?
Yeah.
What's that?
So I recognize the rest of them from the stuff that you put out pre-meeting, but this one I don't recognize. What is this?
So that's just another company. There's 3 different companies that offer something. In terms of cost, they're all relatively about the same cost-wise. It's just going to be looking at them and see which one we prefer.
Okay.
Which,
So it's
I mean,
just
we'll
another
have to put it out. We'll have to put it out anyways, school year-wise. So for the summer, because of what we put cost out-wise, we wouldn't necessarily have to put that out for a bid. I'll just put a cost analysis for each one. So I have those 3 companies. But if we ever did look at this for a long-term sustainability or that, they would have to negotiate that. And then those could go either way. So for the summer, I think it would be easier to utilize the shelf-stable milks, which those play into that cost where we're not losing any. That way those site coordinators could just get a count. They could put them in the refrigerator every day and go about their business. But if we ever looked at a long-term solution with these, we probably would stick with our current contract, because what we get from the milk company, from our Gallickers, is probably about half the price of that.
And is the normal milk serving 8 ounces in a carton, or
Yep.
is it 12? So the
Nope,
normal,
it's 8.
like,
They're all 8.
what
Yep,
kids
it's
are
a
getting
cup.
now are 8, so it's the same. Have you tried this?
Have I had it?
Have you tried? Have you drank like one of these from one of these packages?
You know, I'll be honest, on cereal, much better than just drinking on its own. You know, if you want to take it home and put it in the fridge, and I tell you, if it's in the fridge, it's much better. Then,
Milk-
yeah, if
milk
it's
always
cold,
is.
it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't pull it off the shelf and chug one down. It's not very refreshing.
I mean, I just was curious, like,
Yeah.
as far as I go.
No,
So-
taste-wise, it's pretty comparable.
So could we, like you just said, we'd have to put out for bid. Could we literally make this an option for lunch one day and get student feedback live, like right now in the school year, or is that not?
I mean, if you wanted it right now, I mean, we could get, even if we just kind of chose one site or 2 sites.
Or even if we started doing the rest of the field trip. I just would be interested.
Yeah, we
in
were
student
gonna
feedback.
get a pallet or 2 just for field trip purposes.
I mean, I would like to see student feedback. I would
Yeah.
like to see, like, some of the stuff you sent to us, sent to parents, just to see what their thoughts was. I mean, again, I know what my kids are eating. Kisners are big people, and I'm, like, from the get-go, I don't know, but I would be interested, because I agree with you. I suspect this is much closer to what the average kid's getting in their packed lunch then, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think there'd be much rejection to it, but I would be curious to see feedback if we were allowed and if it fits within, you said it would fit within under our allocation for our summer school funds. Are
Yes.
summer school lunches given a higher or lower rate
So
than a regular?
summer are given a higher because a summer school falls on a needs basis, meaning that you don't have to do application,
Right.
certification. Everybody is under that, free amount. So those allocations are higher. However, when we get to the school year, our reimbursements, I kind of come up with an average, and it's lower than that number, but when you would look at the school year, essentially, if we were able to gauge, like, this is about how much we're going to get, the cost goes down. So if you look at that one cost sheet that I gave you from like Optimum, that cost goes down the more that you order. So it will still significantly come down on that and will be less than what we're spending right now.
So it would be less than our current
Yes.
reimbursement rate even during the school year?
Yes.
So, I mean, I think it would be good to get some feedback and to see, I mean, obviously, I'm a little skeptical as to whether or not hummus day is going to go over that great. I like hummus, but just the
Yeah.
average student, whether or not they're willing to try it is going to be a big, a big factor there. But I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see student and parent feedback when they see what's in it and how they would feel about their student receiving that if there is feedback.
And the conversation was kind of a soft rollout for next year, but I mean, that's something, if we want to kind of midway through the summer program, I can have Mr. Martin get me back on an agenda and discuss how that went over with those students for the summer. Whatever company we're going with, they'll send me plenty of extra samples that if we want to, invite, hey, if parents want to come up and grab, a bag or two just to see what they're like.
I've heard that there used to be a share table put out for students. Is that allowed now? Do we encourage that?
No, it is, as long as something has not been
opened.
opened or eaten on, yeah. So it's still the same.
Have we ever done a push encouraging the school systems to do that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking in general. Like, I think that it sounded like a really good concept when I heard it. I mean, especially for students who would like more of something and students that are throwing stuff away, but I just didn't know.
Yeah, they do. The only issue with a lot of the items that end up on the share table is those are for consumption
Right.
then. So there's very few things that would go on that table that they would actually be able to put in their locker to sustain throughout the day or to go in the evening.
Yeah. But this would, I mean, if we utilize
Yeah.
this, if this was an alternative option, which again would be a lower manpower as far as if students did like it and parents did think it was good, could utilize and be a lot more use, especially for those students who are staying afterwards for practices and to have something without adding anything to the budget to be able to offer. But
My comment would be, I think for a summer school program, it probably would be sufficient or even, pragmatic to do something that's shelf stable because you're watching cost and trying to reduce waste. Honestly, as a parent, I look at that and to me, it looks like snack foods or junk food type stuff that I really wouldn't want my child eating. But that's just because I don't think that meat should have a 6-month shelf life. And crackers and that type of stuff for lunch. I'm being serious, that I think for a regular school day, I think it's going in the absolute wrong direction. And again, I preface this all by I understand that we are under tremendous burden to reduce costs, and I understand that cost of raw ingredients and eggs and fresh produce is becoming more and more expensive with inflation. So that's a big cost, I get that. But I'll be honest, I would not want my child eating this on a regular 5 days a week basis. I think the milk alone is 28% of your sugar allotment for the day. And I understand that's probably from the chocolate and the sugar. I don't know what the regular, but I fondly miss the days when, as a kid, we looked forward to going to school because you knew every other Friday was going to be homemade vegetable soup and pepperoni rolls, and the other Friday was going to be chili and hobo buns. That kids look forward to coming to school for a warm, nutritious meal, and I don't think that they're going to look forward to coming to school for packaged food that they could already have at home. So it concerns me.
So the soft rollout idea, not to go too much in the weeds with that, the soft rollout idea would actually be so that way these could supplement a couple days to really boost up the others. Because what we're finding, and when you look at, what's kind of on like the service personnel agenda and all that later, with us being down to bare bones, which is what we have had to go down to position-wise, it is difficult for our kitchen staffs to maintain that high level that we were used to in the past. So in conversation with some of them, in conversation with Mr. Martin, the idea moving forward would kind of be, hey, if we could have a couple days that would be designated as prep days, and I won't use the word I used that I got made fun of for using in the principals meeting over and over again, even though the kids call them bangers when something's real good. But essentially what it would be, if we would like supplement this on like a Tuesday or a Thursday, then they would be able to prep and make a much better from scratch meal that they would have all those components done the following day. And you'd be able to do that with a reduced force, which is what we're kind of looking at now. Whereas, we really can't, do that for 700 kids over at the high school with a reduced kitchen, or, 300 kids at Terra Alta with 2 people in the kitchen. So it would be a conversation to be had in terms of what's worth in terms of a trade-off. It would still cut down on cost, but we would be able to offer something on the tail end. Like, hey, yeah, you may be getting this on Tuesday, but when you come in on Wednesday, you're essentially going to get the equivalent of what like our Thanksgiving and Christmas meals have been in the past. And you're going to get that stuff on a more regular basis.
And that's fine, and I understand. But do you understand what I'm getting at with packaged food and that being
Oh, trust,
a meal?
my wife goes over our grocery cart and everything that I bring home and tosses out on a regular basis. So, I mean, in terms of health, even if I am with you in terms of even if the USDA is stating that like this falls under their category, that is a lot of processed stuff for our kids to be
for
consuming.
some of our students, having home cooked hot meal at school may be the only meal that they get that day that is a hot meal. I would encourage us to look at other alternatives, such as maybe having one processing facility, say at the VOTEC school, where we cook all meals in one location and then deliver it to the schools, where the schools can just be a distribution reheating. Like say if things could be cooked, like say soup could be cooked on Monday, all in one batch, centrally located, and then reheated at the school. I think there could be other ways that we could find cost savings and lower labor inputs besides packaged food.
And I'll get with Mon County's director because they utilize it a couple of they call them satellite sites. So I'll get with him and kind of see what that plan looks like, how that looked personnel wise, and then what they saw in terms of kind of cutting down fiscally in that. And I could get that stuff to you all when we discuss this more.
Thank you.
And then only last thing that was on there, and I'd brought this up before, but we've kind of looked a little more into it. Just more your thoughts on terms of looking at potentially purchasing a truck over a couple trailers. Again, we had a unit go out at West Preston, and because of the large volume of stuff that they have there, we don't have room at the other sites to move it, so we actually had to rent a freezer trailer that got brought in for 2 weeks while we waited to get that part in and that repaired. I'd like to say that's not a common occurrence. But in terms, we've had probably 4 sites go down this year at some point. With our smaller ones, that's easy to manage. Our larger ones, not so much. If a West or a Brewston or the high school goes down, we are looking at needing some kind of alternative on site. So I provided you all with what those costs would look like in terms of if we actually were to purchase the trailers for the county, as well as if we were to purchase a truck. Your truck is a higher cost, but again, what was stated before is it could be utilized across, multiple departments.
That's what I was just going to ask.
When not in use. Technically, the trailers can be as well, but you still need like a truck to haul them. If we were to go with trailers as opposed to truck, to me, it wouldn't be that cost sufficient of hey, you're just going to get kind of one of those with what that cost and saving all that. I would request that we had 2 of them. So that way, if we had to have one set at a cooler rate and one set at like a freezer rate, we'd be able to do that. Or if we had multiple sites go down. But kind of the difference there, if the trailers are there, they're there. They're parked, they're plugged in. A truck, technically, if we had 2 sites go down, I could drive to one, load it up. I could go drive to the other, load it up, and then pick a centralized location to plug it in, and then be able to move those items and make those deliveries sooner. So, I mean, this was just more in terms of getting your thoughts on what you would think would be a more practical option moving forward.
I guess my first question is, and Mr. Murray's here, he may even have comment, but I don't know which one of you would be the more expert, but like, what is the normal, are you talking about commercial freezers, or are you talking about walk-ins going down, or both? I mean, like, in general, do we have a walk-in at all the schools?
Yeah, the walk-ins going
Okay.
down.
And the
yeah.
walk-in is our biggest problem when it goes down? So,
They're our biggest problem, and then when we look, depending on which site, and I've been working with Bill LaRue on this, depending on which site, depends on how easy it is to get the part. So
Right.
with West, the compressor went out. A lot of the companies that make generic versions of that don't make them for that. So to get the actual like component that goes into it, it could take a little longer. So it's not like it's going to be a quick, Amazon or one of our other companies comes in 2 days. It took a week to get in, and then the one they sent us was actually a bad component. So the moment it got plugged in, it burned out. Now, fortunately, they sent a replacement and sent a better replacement, and we're all good now. But then that added another week to where that unit was down. So we had a 2-week rental cost from that company for it.
do you know what that rental cost was approximately?
About $2,600. Now, mind you, at any given time, there's at a site like West or the high school or like Brewston, there's anywhere between $6,000 and $10,000 worth of food in there. So
Yeah.
it greatly outweighs that. But
I mean, your biggest thing is if it goes down at 7 o'clock at night, there's no rental company, I assume, that we're getting a hold of to get one until the following day.
No. I mean, the times that it has gone down overnight, it is myself and Mr. LaRue going on site, be it 9 o'clock at night, one of the times at Brewston, 1 o'clock in the morning, and loading up a county vehicle and then moving that stuff over, and then spending the next week hauling back and forth,
Yeah.
getting that stuff. So
And
this would
is
be
this
a,
something that you're asking for funds to be allocated from the superintendent to be recommended to us? Or is this something that would already be within your budget that you're just asking what our inclination is towards it?
this is more of an inclination on your thoughts. I mean, technically, I don't think we're going to meet that threshold to where it would require a board approval for it. As well as talking, with Ms. Kerstetter. I mean, there's different avenues that we could do this. But just going forward anytime, and, especially myself being kind of new in the department, I'm not going to go and spend, $60,000, $70,000 just without you all having an understanding or being on board with that understanding as to why we need to do that.
What's the trailer run on?
The trailers with the extended warranty on them, they're $23,000 a piece.
And about gas, propane,
No, they plug in.
plug in?
And
Plug in.
just a regular, you could plug it in outside your house. Yeah,
It's essentially a mobile walk-in.
yeah, that's what it
Okay,
is.
So, I mean, the truck has 114,000 on it. I mean, I'd be happier with the trailer knowing that if it's electric.
Yeah, the trailer's a more feasible option. I mean, absolutely. Your other option is buying, right, I mean, the commercial freezer's between $3,000 and $5,000 depending upon, now again, they're not a walk-in, right? So you're talking having 4 or 5 essentially spare
Yeah, I mean,
commercial freezers. to be
you
able to
essentially,
use, but
I
yeah.
mean, you essentially could, but then we're looking at like space-wise. I mean, I think a future conversation when we're starting to do renovations would be, you've got some schools across the state that have exterior units, like, so outside the school. So that way, if one goes out, they come in more. But, if you would try to prioritize which schools those would be at, knowing that then you may have to move the stuff from one site over to that anyways. I mean, having 2 trailers, I mean, knock on wood, I would not ever see us being down more than 2 at a time. If that was the case, like, you probably wouldn't see me for that whole week because I'd be losing it. But, yeah. Either one to me is a feasible option. The one, it's more of a multi-purpose to be able to use that maintenance would be able to, technology would be able to use it in terms of moving stuff and utilizing the truck. And then, I mean, I have spoken with the bus garage, and even one of those that has like over 100,000 miles on it, they said if we find one that's got like a Cummins like diesel in it, they said they could keep those things running for like 300,000 miles. And then even if the reefer unit goes out, which is the freezer component, those are actually not that high of cost to replace compared to the truck itself.
So you're saying if you got a truck, it would be used more, it could also be used just as a moving truck,
Yes.
not just for a freezer?
So
but-
until you plug it in, because that's the same with those trucks, they plug right in the same way as the trailer. Until you plug it in, it's a box truck. Until you plug in and turn on that reefer unit, it is a box truck. So, that was the conversation rather than, Mr. Sines and his team having to make, 4 or 5, however many trips he makes in terms of moving, tablets and laptops around. He could do that all in one.
And we currently don't have a box truck or a
No.
moving truck?
We use a trailer, but no, we don't have any.
Is there a reason we can't refit a bus before we sell it
The
for
length,
nothing?
the chassis is way too long to make a box truck out of it.
Well, not to make a box truck, but I mean, you can take all the seats out and you've got one big trailer on wheel, I mean. Again,
Buses
just for
need a
the,
box,
for the
yeah.
movement of a ton of stuff, I'm just saying, we sell our buses, at their end of life, they're not worth a lot, like, so it doesn't solve your problem, does not provide for.
Would a box truck of that nature would require someone to have a CDL to drive it?
No.
No,
That's
no,
what I
that's
thought.
your other disadvantage,
Nope.
now you're, yeah, but Mr. Hope wants to get his CDLs, look at him. He's always dreamed about being.
I'm gonna go on the
No,
sub.
I mean, now,
I'm gonna go on the
if it
sub
did,
bus
that
list to
would
save y'all
restrict
money.
Usage to a certain level,
Yeah.
you'd have to have a certified
Yeah.
driver.
Yeah.
Mr. Israel, we do use the buses to transport a lot of things. We have some drivers that, hey, we'll head to Brewster area, we'll go to bus up with compliances right there, take them down.
Yeah, Mr. Plum this summer, I know, we took a batch down of laptops to Brewston via the school bus.
I would say at this point, for efficiency of time, you guys work out your decision and inform us, and we'll be happy to critique it at that point.
I'm sure you all will. And unless you have questions, I got nothing else.
Have we ever had a unit go down that we lost all the product inside it? Were you not able?
No, because we have installed sensors, so I get, whether it's 5 in the evening, 1 in the morning, I get a text alert and an email alert on my phone, so that way we could get out there. So no, we have lost minimal, if not no product.
Thank you.
All right,
We
thanks.
appreciate it. Okay. Next on the list is Ms. Brenda Layton. Please just introduce
Ms.
yourself.
Layton, I have copies as well.
Okay. Hi, I am Brenda Layton, and here in the district office, I cover secondary curriculum for the high school, CTE, WEVIS, and federal programs, so lots of little hats here. I have a very short and sweet update for you today, so I'm happy to take questions, but I don't have any major pressing things happening right now. On your update, there is a list of all the governor's schools that are coming up. One change since I have printed this, the state has canceled the GSLACH, which is the Governor's School for Literacy, Arts, and Culture. I forget what the H stands for, but that governor's school has been canceled, and that was the only one that I had an application turned in so far. I did let that school know to let that student know. So I'm not sure I don't know the story behind it or the why, but that one has been canceled. The one with the closest deadline is the Governor's School for the Arts, which is a 10th grade session, and all of our fine arts teachers at the high school have been working with their students as well as the counselors. That's one that's a direct submission. It doesn't come through me. So I know they're on that, and I'm sure we'll have some students represent. We always do. So those are coming, and they're a great opportunity for kids. So I know that's something that the board's always interested in. I try to give you an update. Unfortunately, it's hard to get a list. Once we've sent them away, we don't always get communication back. The kids know who's going, but we're just starting to get better communication on that from the state, so I can specifically say, these are the 10 kids that are going, and here's where they're going. I don't always find that out right up front, so I'll try to get that to you when I get it. We are adopting social studies this year, and so I'm working with the high school teachers on that. They've narrowed it down to HMH, Savis, and McGraw-Hill. So we had a team that went to the Caravan on February 5th in Morgantown. And those 3 companies are all scheduled to be part of a PLC meeting with the Social Studies Department through the month of March. So they typically meet, Social Studies team meets on Mondays, so we have those all scheduled during their planning time on Mondays. So they'll be getting a little one-on-one to do some kind of Q&A with those companies and make their decision based on what books they think would be best for them next year. Other things, I put just some notes down here. We're in the middle of the master scheduling process. When I typed this, I didn't plan on all the snow days last week, so Preston High students have almost finished choosing their classes. They have made their selections on their sheets. The counselors and some of the administration, I'm going to try to help out some. They call each student individually to the library and sit down with that sheet to enter them into the computer. Just kind of gives a second set of eyes beyond the advisory teacher to make sure that all the courses that they chose were the right courses, and then we enter those in the computer. So that process should be finished, as well as the 8th grade ones, by Thursday. And then we'll have the actual numbers of student requests to start the high school scheduling. Round theory data talks, same thing. I thought by today we would have completed them, but Thursday and Friday we had 4 of them scheduled. So those, of course, are where Mr. Martin and the curriculum team and then whoever else is available at the time we head out and meet with each school leadership team to talk about data. I attached the round 3 expectations that we sent to principals so you can kind of see what kind of things we've been asking them about. We try to track things across the year. Like we try to set goals of what they're looking at, what their school goals are, and then when we come back for the next round, we try to follow up on those same topics. And we give them feedback each time after we go, and keeps us all on the same page about where we're headed with our academics. We have some math teachers attending the state math conference on March 15th and 16th. And I'm sure you guys are all up to date, but the CTE school store is now up and running. They're running some limited hours, and their current activity is setting applications to start putting kids in place to run this store next year. So, and that's it for me, unless you have questions.
Ms. Layton, I guess one question. With the textbook adoption, I know we have a limited number of elective social studies courses in high school. Are we seeing potential textbook offerings even for some of those elective courses?
There are, but they tend to not be the same company. So most likely what we'll do is we will pick one company for the required world history,
Right.
U.S. history, contemporary studies, and civics. Civics kind of can be an outlier too, but I think the companies they're looking at, those 4 core will be under the same branch, but we may have to
Gotcha.
go to other companies to get psychology or those types of things.
Okay.
Are you looking at, for social studies, like I know with math, you did a physical textbook as well as online. What kind of options are you looking at with social studies?
They're different, which surprised me a little. We recently have done science, ELA, and math, and in all 3 of those adoptions, the textbook companies have typically given us what's called a, what's the word?
Hybrid?
Consumable, that's the word, a consumable textbook, so that the teachers would have, there are some hardback, but most students would get, every year they get a fresh textbook that's paperback that they can write in. The social studies adoption does not have consumable textbooks. So their options are hardback texts. There's usually a digital version of the hardback text that could be like a PDF to go on the computer, and then an interactive version where they can do, the teachers can use videos and sample things to show along with the lessons. So from what I'm hearing from the high school folks, because I can't speak to the youngers, but the high school folks are interested in a classroom set of hardback books and the digital resources, so that at any given time, they can send home a hardback book with a student, or they have it available in the classroom, but they, at this point, prefer to use the digital if there's anything they have to take home, but they typically don't send a lot of things home. So that's where we are with that one.
And I always think of you as the older grades, but these data talks, you're going around and doing all the schools.
I do.
Is
I
that
go to all
correct?
of
Like,
them.
so this
Yeah.
is representative of an interview that you're doing with every administrator in all
Yes.
10 schools?
Yes. Yeah, and it's not just me. We do it as a
Right.
team. Brad, Angie, Katie, and I are usually there. Justin comes, Jana comes, sometimes Dana. It just depends on who's available. We do it as a team, but I just included that because it was very recent. So we have 4 to reschedule: Terrata, Aurora, Brewston.
Got 4 we have to reschedule.
I forget which the other one is, but yeah, they were snowed. They were on Thursday and Friday, so we had to redo that.
Mr. Kisner, too, is an example of all of the guidance sheets from each of the periods, along with examples of feedback reports were included in my evaluative stuff as well.
Oh, okay.
And then my last, I guess, is more of I haven't had a chance to talk with you, but I know you're the Weavis contact, like
Yes.
main person, right?
Yes.
So currently, Weavis does not give us the ability to run a report to say all the students in the high school, which is the only one that would be applicable to,
Okay.
that missed more than 5 days of a single period, right? Like, it'll give us reports across all
No,
day.
I can do that.
No, we
Well, you
run
can go
that.
into if I understand correctly, you can go look at a student to see if it occurred, but I'm told from Ms. Baker and from the state at this past weekend, like, that we can't just run a report and say, is a student missing 10 days at any given period? Just one period of the day, not the whole day. And they seem to think that it's not. Now, if there's a way, that would be fantastic.
I'll double check it. Weavis speaks two different languages with attendance. Preston High, and I think maybe Central, at least they were last year, are the only two schools that use what's called the daily, or the period attendance. All the other schools just use daily attendance. So they have to run a process every day that converts that period attendance to a daily attendance, because daily attendance is what the state is counting.
Right.
So in Weavis, there are reporting menus that use both sets of languages. There is a period attendance reporting, and there's a daily attendance reporting. So there are some ways to pull that, but I don't know if I can pull it exactly how you're asking, but I'll certainly look.
I guess my concern is if a student's skipping the last period of the day every
Right.
day, yes, their parents are getting a call, but yes, we also have some liability if that student's on these grounds and just not where they're supposed, there's all kinds of things
Right.
there. And again, I'm not big on the
So you're
attendance,
looking
but-
at a way to track more of the skipping for a particular
Yeah.
period.
I'm really curious about the students that are missing a particular class more often than
Right.
they should, and
Right.
making the rest of them, because to me, that would tell us something about skipping, about some actions. And again, if you have a way to do it, that would be fantastic. When I've
I think
asked-
there is some ways to get some of that data, and I also know that just from being with the high school team, that their attendance, they're working on their PBIS, their MTSS for attendance, for discipline. They have talked about how to address that in many different conversations. So it's come up, how we pull the data, I'll kind of double check on that, but it's definitely on their radar.
And I'm not trying to throw Ms. Baker under the bus. I know she's new to the position and that she's trying some things there.
And Weavis it's different. It's
Yeah.
totally different than it
Yeah.
used to be, so it's all a new ballgame,
But
so.
if we could look into that, or if we could at least make sure that's part of any feedback for any contacts
Sure.
that you have at Weavis, I think that would be something that we should be watching. It just would seem smart to me that we look at that, especially kids that are
They've been
missing a
pretty
lot.
responsive because Weavis is unique in what a lot of states use because we built it ourselves. They have programmers that they absolutely can respond to requests like that. So I'll pass it along if I can't find it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'd like to go back to the textbook
Okay.
adoption. I'll just say I'm concerned if we only have a classroom set of hardback books and then it's virtual otherwise.
Okay.
Simply because my own personal experience with my children of having that, where they had a class book setting, that was about 6 years ago, we had that, and then they have digital. My experience is the social norms within the classroom is that students are not likely to request a copy of the hardback to take home to read for two reasons. A, they would have to bring it back and forth every day.
Right.
Because there's not enough for the class that meets in the morning, but they have an afternoon class. So it discourages students to take the book home. And then just the social stigma of you don't want to be a nerd, asking the teacher for the book, like peer pressure
right.
not to do it, which is real. I personally will have a challenge of supporting only having a classroom set of hardback books if there's something that is relatively affordable to do.
We can look at that. The only issue with that becomes the kids just truly don't carry textbooks anymore. They don't, those heavy, big hardback books, they don't, do you guys have heavy textbooks that you carry?
And I would add to that, most of the history classes at the high school are lecture-based anyways.
Right.
So to have supplement reading is never going to be required of a course and not necessarily needed to pass the course. At least in my experience, if that makes sense.
And I think that was a surprise to me a little bit, Mr. Tatham, because honestly, the last social studies adoption, they were on the cusp of the whole digital textbook thing. So I expected for them to come to me and say, we want a book for every kid. And they actually said, we don't need it, based on the way that they usually teach. And the fact that the digital textbooks can be put on the laptops without internet, that if there was a need for that, but it's not very often that they're gonna send home a reading requirement. So it would be a heavy text for a kid to haul around that they typically wouldn't need outside of the classroom. So we definitely can have more conversation about that though, and I'll bring that up when I meet with the team and just kind of make sure, because I'm absolutely willing to propose whatever the teachers need and the
Even
students
if it's
need.
a classroom plus 20% more. So, there's a little bit of fluff
Yeah,
room
absolutely.
that for the 10 or 20 parents, probably more so
So
than
they
the
can have
students.
one, yes.
So they could have one.
Well, I think when the teachers said classroom, and I will double check on this, but I think their intent was the students won't need it during the class, that it is for that purpose. Like, they're not gonna need every kid, pass out your books, open your book. They're gonna do most of what they do digitally in the classroom. So that set of classroom books is to meet those other needs, but I will double check on that to make sure we meet every need. Yep. Anything else?
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, we appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Next on the list is Miss Katie Rush.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Dave, they're definitely going around in terms of those things. We'll take a look afterwards.
And again, Ms. Rush, please introduce yourself for people watching online.
I am Katie Rush, and I am the K-8 Curriculum Director and also Federal Programs. So my presentation has quite a few topics. I'm going to go through them. I'm going to gloss over some of them. There's a lot of text in the slides that you guys can review, and maybe you have already. But then we can come back and talk more in depth on any of the topics that you're most interested in about. This could go long, so I'm going to try to go through it, and then we can come back to the stuff that you want to discuss further. So today I have some middle of the year data for math and ELA, and that comes from our universal screener, which is iReady. We're going to touch on our literacy goal, the social studies adoption, summer learning, our coaching, and the survey that we just did on K-4 grading, and then the MTSS process, which is also the SAT process. We use both of those terms. Okay, so for iReady Math, there's a bunch of, I can't even read it from here myself, so I'm not going to read all of this to you, but what I want to focus on is the graph. So if you recall, when we looked at this at the end of last year, we had some kind of outlier schools. What I like to see is that all of our schools' math growth at the middle of the year are above that low growth line. So last year we had a couple that were kind of in that bottom quadrant. Right now, all of our schools are testing above the middle of that quadrant, which is great. And we have 4 schools that are in the high performance, high growth quadrant area, which is also great. I think at this point last year, all of our schools were on the left side of that line. So that's good to see. Right now, iReady is predicting that 41% of our students will be proficient on the GSA if they meet their typical growth. And last year, our GSA proficiency was 35%. So if we meet that, that is a healthy amount of growth for this year. We don't always see exact matches on that, but it's pretty close. Last year, I think, I looked at the ELA one, and I think we were only 1% different. So if we meet that goal, we will be looking really good for math growth this year.
So on that graph, is the list of the schools in order, like, does that mean Terrata is literally at the worst part of the graph out of the comparison? Is that, because, right, we can't tell which school goes with which
Right.
dot, but is that
so
what the
I
list?
tried to put it in order.
Okay.
So if you can see, my laser doesn't work on this TV. The very bottom dot,
Yeah.
it's a cluster of all 4 of those. Terra Alta would be the lowest one.
Yeah.
Central would be the one kind of on top of it. So they're in order vertically, yes.
And is this representing K through 7?
This is everybody, yes, K
Okay,
through
so the
8.
entire school?
Yep.
So if it's a school that only has 4 grades versus 5, or versus 6 grades, whatever, it's the
Correct.
entire school?
Correct,
Okay.
and that would make a difference.
Yeah, thank you.
Definitely. And so the next graph, this is by grade district-wide. Okay, so the first one is schools, all of their kids. This graph is our grade levels district-wide. So you can see, kindergarten always has the highest growth. They're way out there in the high performance, high growth. Next down, we have second and first, which I love to see that because we know we're struggling with first, especially that big jump from kindergarten to first. And then we still have, we only have 2 grades going below that growth line. And they're not far below it, but that's still concerning. We have grade 6 and grade 3 that are floating down there below the line. Grade 8 has pretty high growth. We need them to get onto the other side of the achievement line, but they do have pretty high growth. And then we've got that really tight cluster in the middle right on the line between low performance and high performance. So, Then what I did was, we've talked about tier 3 teachers in math, in ELA. We haven't talked about it in math. So with the middle of the year data, I went through my same process for math. And this is the number of teachers I pulled that have concerning levels of growth data. Now, I will say, it is much harder to look at that at the middle of the year than it is at the end of the year. At the end of the year, we know what goals they've set. We know what a year is. At the middle of the year, it's all kind of in flux, right? Because we haven't landed at the end of the period of time that we're looking at. So it's not as easy to tell. So what I did is I looked at the averages for the school and for the district, and I gave myself a cutoff line of what number would be very concerning for a teacher. And so this is the number of teachers at each building that hit that mark. So you can see most of them are pretty low. West has a higher number. They are a larger school with a much higher population of newer teachers. So I think that's where the spike comes from in that number. Brewston and West are about the same size, but Brewston has a really consistent elementary staff. They really don't have a ton of new teachers. So I think that is where the spike comes. And Terre Haute had a couple concerns, but they're directly related to the classrooms that we know we haven't had a stable teacher. So outside of those, there weren't no teachers at Terre Haute who weren't in those classrooms were on my radar. Okay, anything on math before we keep going? Okay, so ELA, same thing. This is a K-8, all the schools graph here. Again, I want to see more people across the line. Kingwood is an elementary only building, so that accounts for a little bit of their being in the high performance zone, because we know the scores are higher at the lower levels and the gap gets wider as we go up. But almost all of our schools are above this line, pretty healthily above the growth line. This is also in order. Again, I didn't want to get it really complicated with arrows, but they are in order of how they drop down vertically. Some highlights for ELA. Overall, our proficiency increased from 24% to 38% at the middle of the year, and we decreased our students in the red, which means 2 or more grade levels below.
Okay, pause that.
From 44% to 35%. I made a note. I compared this same presentation that I did for you guys in May, and we are within 6% of the end of the year last year. So to me, that shows me when we get to the end of the year this year, we're going to see some growth, because we're not that far off of where we were in May, but this data is from February. So I'm hoping that we really do see a bump this year. For ELA, iReady predicts that 42% of students will be proficient on the GSA. Last year, our GSA proficiency was 41, but last year, our iReady was lower than our GSA, so I'm hoping we get a few more percent when we get to the GSA. 7 schools have over 60% progress towards typical growth, which is great. So typical growth is what we want to see, the minimum in a year. So February is just under 60% of our school year. So if they're at 60, that means many, many kids have grown more than 60. It's a median number. So many of them have grown more than 60%, and we weren't quite at 60% of the year, so that's a good number to look at. 4 of our schools have over 80 on that same number. So 4 of our schools have met 80% or more toward their median growth. So we have and this is what we've seen in recent times. We have a lot of growth happening, a lot of good growth. We need it to be more to catch our kids up to grade level standards, but they are growing. I like this one more stat. 4 of our schools have over 50% of students with improved placements. That's Aurora, Brewston, Fellows,ville, and South. That means that between the beginning of the year and now, iReady has bumped them up a whole category. So if they started the year at let's say they're in 4th grade and they started the year at the end of year 2nd grade, that means they're bumped up to the beginning of year 3rd grade or further. So they've gone a whole category with their points to be in the next placement up, at least one more placement. And that's what we look for. We want all of our kids to be showing improved placement. At this point in the year, for half of them to have done that, that's a really good number. Okay, so some more specific ELA data. Again, we've got the quadrant, we've got some really high growth, grade level wise. Grade 1 is still hanging close to the line. So we are still working on how we get those guys to move faster and make more progress. So dyslexia numbers, our screener shows that just under 10% of our students are showing a strong risk for dyslexia. And I think it was the Yale Dyslexia Center that had that 20%. Most places you look say about 20% of the population has dyslexia. So we're on the low side, which makes sense because we're testing K through 3 students and it might not show signs until older. So we are well in the reasonable range for what our screener is picking up to what the averages are. And then for these tier 3 teachers are the teachers that we identified last year. So of the teachers we identified, 9 of them are no longer showing up on my numbers. So where I did the cutoff for growth that would be considered too low or concerning level low, 9 of them are not showing up in that danger zone right now. 2 of them still are. And then we had talked about looking at all the teachers, so I went through every ELA teacher K-8, and there's 9 new teachers that are showing up on those concerning levels. So some of those are middle school, and we didn't look at middle school last year. I only looked at K-5 ELA. So some of those, it's not just, those aren't just all elementary teachers we're looking at, some of those would be middle school. And then just a couple ELA highlights. 6 through 8 at South and Brewston are really growth. They've shown a lot of growth. 7 and 8 at Terra Alta is also showing a ton of growth. We're talking like medians of like 200% growth. Those kids are moving fast. And I've started pulling individual student results from our tiered interventions. And if you look overall, like, we made lists of kids who are in tutoring so that we can compare their growth to the rest of the county. Overall, it doesn't look like a lot, but when I click into each student, they're all growing in phonics, which is where we're providing the intervention. So we are seeing positive results from the intervention we're doing with the tutors, which is great because this is year 1. This is the first year that we've really been super intentional about the instruction they're providing with their time. So I'm hoping that the more we do this, the more results we're going to see. So those have been positive.
And Katie, when you say that for like the tutoring, are they pulling the lessons from iReady for those particular?
No, we are using structured literacy with ease. So we're using a specific separate intervention program for ELA.
Okay.
Phonics, we have 2 different programs. Phonics for Reading is a program that iReady does own, but it's a standalone intervention program and it is geared for 3 and up. And structured literacy with ease can start all the way at kindergarten. And it's a systematic phonics program, multimodal. So it could be used as a tier 1, like it's the kind of instruction every kid needs, but we're using it as that extra dose for all the way down to kindergarten that kids can get.
So when you talk about 9 new teachers, and I think this is a callback to the last time you had only looked at teachers that were teaching the same subject matter as the previous. Am I recalling that correctly? So you expanded the grades, but you also expanded if a teacher was teaching math last year and they performed poorly, but now this year they're teaching ELA, we weren't necessarily looking at them, but now you're looking at all of their performance because you have something through the year.
Right, so last year what I did is I looked at every single teacher that taught K-5 ELA.
Yeah.
And this year I looked K-8 math and ELA. And so I really don't think there was any crossover in math and ELA. I didn't run that because I wasn't seeing it. I don't think any of the names came up on both lists. So to me, and that kind of makes sense. Just as, I was putting a lot more attention on ELA for a while, I think our teachers do that too. So those teachers between math and ELA aren't necessarily the same, but K-5, almost every teacher does teach both. If that makes sense. So I didn't pull any teacher, I didn't look at these teachers and say, okay, this teacher's new, or this is just raw data, I'm not qualifying their performance, these are the ones that are below. And some of them are people that our principals would see no concerns within the classroom. So those are things I really want to look at with one of my coaches and say, okay, let's go kid by kid and see, because that's the other hard part. Like when we look at this data, the median is hard, right? Because you might have 6 kids that blow it out of the water, get 3 times their typical growth, but then you have 8 kids down here that didn't show growth at all. So it's not that no kid is growing, it's that when we look at the balance, overall, the whole class isn't showing what we want to see. So it's very nuanced data, and we got to look at every single teacher before we say, okay, this teacher isn't performing well. We really have to dive in and see, sometimes it's, okay, the kids that didn't grow all started on grade level. So they came in at a 4th grade level, they're still on a 4th grade level, but they didn't grow. Whereas these kids that came in on a 1st grade level all grew 3 grade levels. So it's there's no easy way to say these teachers need this or these teachers are performing and these aren't. So it's complicated. Okay, so we'll do a little bit more on ELA and we can come back if there's other questions. So this is just that snapshot I keep putting up of our literacy goal. Our goal is by May of 2028, 65% of 3rd graders will be reading on grade level as measured by iReady and GSA proficiency. So May 2023, we were at 36%. May 2024, we were at 41%. And this 42% is right now, according to iReady, where we are. Okay, so this is not the same data. That 36 and 41 were GSA. This 42 is right now in this moment, well, a couple weeks ago. This is where iReady says we are proficiency-wise. So again, we're growing. I would like to see faster growth.
Katie, the iReady data, does it typically skew lower though than our GSA results?
Yes, it does. They're pretty close, but yeah, it does tend to skew a few percentages lower than GSA. Okay. Any other things on the ELA data right now before I get into the goal progress?
I have a couple.
Yeah.
In both of them, it's a little math too, but in both of them, you're seeing a lot more growth compared to when you presented to us last year. Where do you think that growth is at? Like, what is causing this sudden cuts in growth?
So I think there's a couple things. I think ELA-wise, the MTSS process is making a difference because we're looking, I think it's really easy for us, we've talked about this before, for me to talk about all this county level data, but it's never gonna change unless we change the student level data and the teacher level data. Like we can talk about all these big numbers and 65% of 3rd graders, but we need to look at Susie and Bobby and Billy and get them growing. So I think the MTSS process is helping that. That it is still new and it's overwhelming, but I think the longer we do it, the fewer kids that will need that process and the even better our data will look. So I think that's part of it. Math-wise, I think that towards the end of our last adoption, teachers were really pulling from all kinds of places because they were unhappy with the previous adoption. So I think Ready Math is helping a little bit. We have to do more. We're in the phase now where everybody's using Ready Math. We need to get better about scheduling it so that teachers sometimes will skip pieces of a textbook because if you did every single question on every single page, we would never get anywhere. So we're currently working on helping teachers schedule their time to make sure that they're pulling the parts that are going to give them the biggest bang for their buck for student achievement. But I think those two things are the big things happening right now.
And then one more, do you set like the county's recommendation for time on iReady?
No, that is an iReady thing.
Okay.
iReady uses the, it's a research-based over a whole bunch of research that they've done that this is the amount of time that will help a student perform better.
Although schools have identified their own iReady-based goals, correct?
Yeah, the schools have their own plans, but the suggested time does come from iReady based on their research.
So then I don't know if you can pull this or not, but looking at what schools actively make sure their students are completing at least the recommended and maybe more, are they the schools that are in the higher performance, higher growth section since they're seeing that same type of question? Because if we sit down and practice more time and then iReady English, and when I go take that iReady diagnostic, I'm more familiar with the question base.
Yes, so iReady has several studies on that, and they show that it's something, there's an actual number that said if a student reaches this many minutes, they're this % likely to do better on the assessment. I don't have it off the top of my head, but there is a study like that. But we have done that with our own district to look at our own data. I haven't done it recently, but we definitely could look at that. Yeah.
I have 2 comments. First of all, I want to thank you for the information that you're bringing and how it's transferable from one year to the next so that we can compare apples to apples. I would encourage you and the administration to just work to re-energize and focus teachers. We've had a lot of snow days and students have been out so that we don't lose momentum going into the second half of the year, because we all know springitis hits and that type of thing.
Yep.
But then lastly, most importantly, I would encourage us to continue to drill down to, I think you said that where we're seeing growth is on the student level and teacher level data. If we can identify the Johnnies and the Susies that are not growing, I think at some point we should start having conversations with the individual teachers and the parents about Johnny or Susie, and to find out, to inform them, but also to strengthen that specific plan of what supports they need. I mean, I would know, I remember saying this last year, if I was a parent and I found out that my student was in a class that overall was performing below level because of whatever the reason, it's a new teacher or whatever, I would be upset to find that out in September or October the following year when test data came out,
Right.
when you kind of had a prediction of that in February. So can we start reaching down to those individual levels at this point?
Yeah, we can, I mean, that's part of the MTSS. I'll show you what we're doing with that. And MTSS focuses on the kids below the cut score, but those are the kids who aren't making gains. So we've kind of got that built into place there. It would be a different conversation to talk about kids who aren't growing, who are on grade level. That would be a different conversation that we could look at. So like, let's say a student started on grade level but is showing limited growth. We could, that would be a different conversation to say, okay, your kid came in here and they've only gained 3 points. Those conversations aren't happening because our teachers say, okay, this kid's good to go. So we're focusing on
Yeah,
this.
but we can't give up on that kid.
Right.
Because that's an early flag. You know, it could be a social issue, it could be whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's an early indicator that, because especially if that kid's like, say, in 6th grade, 7th grade, that junior high, or, you know, at any point, it's a
Right.
major issue. But we need to start reaching down into the household and
Yeah.
getting support, and parents need that information.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll show you what we're providing the students who are below the cut score now.
Okay, thank
And
you.
we can look at that. I'm going to kind of skip over these implementation goals. I'll give you the short of it. Basically, we're well on our way to accomplishing all of these. The only one I don't think we're going to reach this year is the PLC goal, and that's just kind of me taking on more than I can handle in monitoring. In regards to monitoring. So our schools are having PLCs, and a lot of them are very effective. I just haven't been able to dig in. I want to visit these meetings. I want to see agendas, meeting notes, and making sure it's time well spent, and that piece of it hasn't happened. So I want to make that a goal next year, but all of our other goals, we're well on our way to meeting. So this big box over here is just right now, the next steps in this whole process. So I want to develop Preston County specific dyslexia information. This is something our principals are asking for, our teachers are asking for. We just got our training from the state in this area, and so what we were told to do was have a school specialist. Every school is supposed to have a dyslexia specialist that's more heavily trained. And we've done that, but I think the next step is we need Preston County specific protocols. So for example, there are several different accommodations that our students who are showing a risk of dyslexia should receive in class. Those are the things that every teacher needs. That doesn't need to be a school specialist thing. I also want to make sure that every parent is getting the information they need. If their kid gets a screener that says your student is at risk for dyslexia. And so I've been looking at other places, and there's a lot of documents out there, but I really think we need to make our own that includes our MTSS process, our screener, the way parents contact a teacher in our district, some things that are much more specific to us. So that's a very immediate next step. Like, I hope to have that ready within the next couple months, that we can look at it with a state dyslexia specialist and say, and I'm going to show her what I've come up with and say, is everything in this correct? And is this okay for me to share? And then have something specific to us that puts us all on the same page. Let's see, MTSS, we put a lot of time into that this year, but I want to continue that. Specifically, I want to make sure that all the schools have a plan for storing and maintaining documents from one school year to the next. So we've been working on just documentation in general, but at the end of the year, I plan to go to every building and just pull names and ask to see their files so that I can make sure, because part of the issue is the SAT chair should have most of the documents always, but the teachers are logging progress constantly. That has to be with the teacher. So I have to make sure that the teacher materials are getting put with the student file at the end of the year, so it's all in one place. I already talked about PLCs, continue implementation for Ready Math and the numeracy team. And we're currently working on kind of a more rigorous plan for those tier 3 teachers, those teachers that need instructional intervention. Mr. Martin and Ms. Layton and I are developing a more specific ask of principals. So to this point, all of our principals have increased walkthroughs with those teachers. So at least double, some of them triple the amount of logged time in those classrooms. And every single time we meet at a data meeting, we touch base on those people. What are you seeing? What supports do you need? But we need to take it the next step. The principals have done everything we ask. We just want to beef that up a little bit. So we're working on developing that plan. Okay, so social studies adoption, it's very similar to what Ms. Layton said. I'll just say that on the K-5 side, there are very few options. The state only gave us one option that was appropriate for K-5 altogether. And that is the option we currently have, and our teachers hate it. So that's not an option for us. So we really don't have any options that span K-5. Now, we can do our own work to kind of fill in the gaps, but from the state's suggested materials, there's nothing for us. So what we're likely gonna do is do a K-3 program that's more easily integrated into ELA, and then a 4 or 5 program that has a more traditional textbook, and then middle school will look a lot like high school. So I'm at the stage where I'm setting up demos. Our team has met. They've determined the programs that they're willing to look at, and I'm setting up demos so that we can get more information before we head to a vote. As far as materials, we do have some consumables being offered, but almost all of them have hardback textbooks. So what I would like to see, I don't know what it's going to look like yet. It just depends on what program we go. It could be a classroom set of the hardback, plus every kid always has their consumable. It could be like the high school where we'll have, 35 textbooks in a classroom. I'm not far enough along on the 6-8 process to know what they're going to even offer us. I'm not there yet. So that'll be forthcoming. We're working on that. And there's like 3 different options for West Virginia studies, which is new. Usually there's one. So we have some really good options. So I'm excited to see something good come out of that. Summer learning. So we're planning a similar program to last year's Summer Scholars, except we're going to limit only to K-3 students. And I really want to keep that program as robust as we can, but we are working with significantly less funding. So we're going to try to cut to 30 students per site and focus on those K-3 students. We're cutting a week, so we're going to go 5 weeks instead of 6. And we're still trying to keep the 4 regional locations. I just really worry that if we go to one site, we will lose a lot of kids. So we're going to try to keep the 4 regional locations. We can't do 8 locations, but we're going to try to keep them spread around the county. And the middle school summer camps last year were a huge success. We had a ton of people that were even waitlisted that wanted to go. So my plan right now is to offer them again, trying to do 2 weeks so we can take more kids. And those will be a day camp, and we will charge a fee to help offset the cost of the personnel. Personnel is our biggest cost for those events. That I have 3 staff to do cooking because they need to be pretty high ratio there to keep it safe, and then 2 for our sports wellness camp. So those 5 people is where most of the cost comes from. And then for the summer learning activity books, I'm not going to send those to every kid. I'm going to let parents tell me that they want one, because I feel like we have a lot of those going home and getting trashed. So I want to offer that, but instead of buying one for every single kid in the county, I'm going to purchase them for parents who tell us that they want to have one.
So when you say summer school offering 4 locations, are you trying to switch it? I mean, I know Kingwood's where we have centralized busing and a lot of other things, but for the outliers, are you trying to switch it so that potentially, you know, I'm gonna use Terre Aurora, I don't even remember what the 4 locations were, but let's say that it was in Terre Aurora one year, it's in the Aurora the next year, back and forth to try to see if we get more, I mean, obviously you're gonna get more participation in the community it's sitting in,
Right.
even when you try to make it close, or are you sticking with the same 4, or?
So the sites are need-based. So West, Brewston, and Kingwood are kind of given just because they serve the most kids. Terre Haute and Aurora, right now the decision is need-based. Terre Haute has significantly more students below the cut score, so that's why I'm keeping it there. I mean, it's dramatically different of the students at Terre Haute that are on our high priority list to focus on versus Aurora. So that's how that decision was made. And then, I mean, West and Kingwood are also both, I mean, West, Brewston, and Kingwood are all about even. I would say percentage-wise, South would probably be the next one, but in previous years, even when South had its own site, we had a really hard time getting the numbers up, so that's why it's staying at West. Yeah, that's
I
where
think the
that
plan
choice came
was
from.
the South Fellows area was gonna run and loop it to west, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Did we charge a fee for that last year?
No, we don't charge for the elementary, well, I mean, we haven't charged for any summer programming, the length of the COVID monies, but we won't charge for K-3 summer school, no.
The charge is just for the culinary day camps.
Yes,
the
just,
camps.
Yeah,
yeah.
just the day.
And-
But we had the camps before, but.
Oh, no,
So-
last year the camps were not, we didn't have
Okay.
to, it was COVID money and we were able to do, we had a much bigger budget for summer. So this year, I want to continue that because people want it, but I can't necessarily fund it. So the asking, I think, I haven't figured out a number yet. It wouldn't be more than like $50 for the week, which I was talking to David
Less than
Hartley, which is
daycare.
significantly less than what other day camps are charging. And that won't pay for every bit of it, but it'll offset the cost for us, make it a lot more feasible.
For that, just in your communication, can you put like in parentheses and readable print that the reason why it's being charged this year, not last year, is because the previous, it was federal COVID money and that
Yep.
money is expired?
Yep, I will do that.
And Katie, we may wanna have some process for students with any fiscal hardship, that we might have some type of scholarship
Oh, yeah,
process.
yeah. Yeah, we have, I mean, we have money specifically to offset for those kids, yeah.
For transportation? Or
We did not provide transportation, and we went all around it. We just, because
I
it
was
was
just-
only a week, it was too hard to figure that out. But we also don't have a problem with kids using the existing busing. So like, if we have a summer school buses running that a middle schooler could take advantage of, we allow that to happen.
Yes, maybe the ESY bus, possibly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a lot of text on this one. I'm just gonna kind of give you the gist of it. We didn't get dramatically different feedback from this most recent grading survey. Some of the things that I heard before, I heard again, parents are highly invested in getting teacher comments, which I put that into our cover letter. I think some schools are using it and some aren't, so I'm gonna continue to work with principals to make sure that if they're not using the cover letter I created, that they have some system for adding comments, because that's number one, the thing that parents wanna see. Let's see, most of the responses were favorable. I was happy that 89% of people strongly believe that they can get in touch with their child's teacher. So I like that. I had very little negative feedback on that one. So people do feel like they can get a hold of their child's teacher, which I thought was good. So based on that feedback, my next steps are to work on the cover letter again. So some parents said there's too many pages to the report card. So I, as a parent, would want all that. There's a lot of juicy stuff in there, and a lot of parents commented that they liked it. So I'm not getting rid of it, but my thought was to make the cover letter include a little bit more information. So if they just wanted to look at page 1, they would get a little bit more of that on page 1. So I want to look at that. That wouldn't be a this year thing, that would be a next year thing. We're kind of set with what we're doing this year. That takes a long time to get everybody using the right document. So that's something I'll look at for next year. The teacher comments, working with principals, creating some videos. I would like to create a video walking parents through the report card again. It's hard because we don't generally get a lot of views on those kinds of things, but I think it would be a good resource that if there's parents that are asking questions, we could send them there. And then we had some questions about, it's kind of loosely related to a report card, but I asked, do you feel like you have enough information to support your child at home? And it was still generally favorable, but there was a lot of parents saying, we'd like some worksheets. We'd like to be able to see some math problems that we could do with our kid. There was a lot of requests like that. So we want to continue to build out materials that the teachers can send home without having to create their own that's parent-friendly. Because a lot of times, just pulling out a book from a textbook isn't going to be easy for the parent to do at home. So something that's specifically designed for at home. So those are the next things with that. And again, I had 56 survey responses. So when you think of the grand scheme of how many guardians we have in Preston County, that's not that many. So.
Quick comment, Ms. Rush. If you want to get more people to watch the video of how to go through review the child's report card, if by chance you could have a child do the video, I mean, of course, they would have to sign the media, make sure that they're allowed, and I wouldn't put their name or where they're from or anything like that.
Absolutely.
But sometimes having a student.
Yeah, or a teacher talking to the kid about their report card. We've talked about that for those literacy calendars. We looked at, we were doing our science of reading social media posts, and we got almost nothing on them. And so when we went to look, we looked at the Facebook page, and the highest number of views were always if a kid or a teacher was in it.
A teacher and a student together would be great. My only advice is just make sure it's high-quality video and high-quality audio. That people, all users and abilities can hear it.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm not going to dive deep into this. I just wanted to highlight that so far this year, between PLCs, individual data talks, trainings, our coaches have done 181 sessions of professional development. So I just wanted to highlight that. They have worked so hard this year between Ready Math, the new SAVIS program at the secondary level, all of our science of reading sessions. They have been sharing knowledge nonstop. So I was really happy with that number. I'm going to skip through these. You guys can read through these. I will say just a couple coach things. We have had a coach in every single math classroom monitoring the new math implementation. So I'm really happy with that. There are a few teachers that are resistant to use it, and we're working through that. But the vast majority of our teachers, K-12, are using their new textbooks and their new adoption materials. So we are keeping eyes on that closely. Okay, MTSS. Again, I'm going to give you a high-level overview, and then you can ask me whatever questions you have about this. So we've had MTSS and SAT in Preston County, for a long, long time. It needed a pretty heavy makeover. There were a lot of questions about it. We had a lot of issues with the forms that we were using, not asking the right questions. So when teachers and school teams would fill them out, we weren't getting the right information that we needed to help a student and to move on the referral process. So there are a lot of issues. So this past summer, I worked with a team from this office, including, and I also worked with teachers and principals that are out in the building to kind of redo the process, and especially the forms.
And Katie, before you proceed, MTSS, remember, is a multi-tiered system of support.
Multi-tiered system of support, and that is a very broad term that basically means we're going to provide the kids the level of support they need, whether they need what everybody needs at Tier 1, which is the universal supports. Tier 2 is in the middle, obviously, and that's if students are struggling a little bit, they need some extra help. Tier 3 is what we provide for students who are struggling significantly or are significantly behind grade level benchmarks. So I tried to boil down our MTSS process as simply as I could. So there are 6 steps. If you have a kid who is identified as, let's say they start the year and they're 2 grade levels behind, okay? So we say this kid needs help. If they haven't been in the process before and they're going to do the entire process, there's 6 steps. So the first thing we have to do is identify the students that need the help. So we have several different ways to do that. For K-3, the Third Grade Success Act requires that we identify students below the cut score. So our teachers are able to identify any student in front of them that needs help, but the law requires that we identify this certain group of students in addition to that. We also use attendance, as there are certain attendance requirements. When a student has so many unexcused absences, that automatically says, okay, this kid needs tiered interventions. Maybe not academic, but they're gonna get this process for attendance. Tier 2 intervention is the first thing that we provide after they're identified. So we say, okay, this kid needs extra help. During Tier 2 intervention, we're gonna start with Tier 2 supports, providing extra help to see if this helps them be successful. And again, that could be attendance, behavior, academics. After that point, we have a SAT meeting, that's the student assistance team. And during that meeting, the teacher, parent, sometimes student, administrator all sit together, look at the data and say, okay, is what we're offering the student helping or is it not helping? Then they decide what's next for this kid. If Tier 2 support helps, then we just say, okay, this is working, we've got it. They need this extra level of support, we're gonna keep giving it to them. So you could stay in Tier 2. You could say, this is not working, this kid needs way more than this, we're gonna send them on to Tier 3, okay? Or you could even say, this kid doesn't really need this, they had a bad day testing, we've discovered that they're fine, we're not gonna provide an intervention anymore. So there's a bunch of different things that could come out of that meeting. If the team decides that the student needs more intervention, which is common for these kids, especially that are below the cut score, that's when you go to Tier 3, okay? So Tier 3 intervention looks different depending on if we're talking behavior, academics, or attendance. Each level of tiered intervention has to be at least 9 weeks, so we have to give the interventions time to work, okay? That's academics. For attendance, we don't give it 9 weeks, because if we give it 3 weeks, really, is what we do. We look at the next 3 weeks and see if they're coming to school or not. It's pretty black and white. Then after we have another 9 weeks of intervention, the SAT meeting happens again, and this is when a team could say, okay, our interventions aren't working, they might need special education services. And this is at the point when they would refer to the special ed department for testing. They could refer to the courts for a CA2 meeting, or that would go through Ms. Sofcheck. That's when we refer on to the next step outside the school. Or again, the student's doing well with Tier 3 interventions. They need this level of support, so we're gonna continue to provide it. And then after that, we go to the next steps.
That point, I think when it comes to a special ed referral, at times, there have been expressed concerns that that's been a sticking point. From your experience, have you found that seems to sometimes where that process slows there?
So data is often the issue. We are always, it's very common for SAT teams and principals, the conversation is a lot of times around how many data points do we have, okay? So our process requires 10 total data points over 18 weeks. Now, that is based on the state's recommendation for identifying students with a specific learning disability. So the complicated part of this process is, again, it is a student assistance team. It is based on every individual student. So I can't always make blanket statements that teachers want me to make, because every kid is different and needs different things. So data-wise, though, we need 10 points over 18 weeks, and that is often the issue. And it has to be the right kind of data. We can't pull 10 different pieces of data that are unrelated to each other. Like in the past, we would get a writing sample, and then we would get a letter check, we would get a fluency check. Those pieces of data aren't comparable. It has to be data that we can compare from the beginning of the 9 weeks to the end.
And because you have to be able to ascertain, has the student shown any level of progress? Have they stagnated or they have declined?
Right.
And typically for a special ed referral would be the student is either stagnated or making no substantial progress, correct?
Right. Yeah, or sometimes we see a lot of jumping. We'll see a kid start here, and then they pop here, and then down here, and there's no consistency. So it could be multiple issues with the data. But that is something that we're still working on, is getting everybody in the process to understand the kind of data we need and how much.
And I appreciate your efforts on that, because I think that has been traditionally the struggle, and we're working on it. But
Yes, we're making good progress on it. The other thing that is good about this is Jamie and I are talking a lot more. So Jamie Davis is our psychologist that takes the referrals and decides if she has enough to do the testing or if we need more steps. So throughout this, we have looked at many student files together, and I can kind of help interpret for the school and also identify issues in the process. So we might get a file and she said, I don't know what this term means. Does this count as tier 3 intervention? And I could say, oh yeah, this is what this program is. It does meet your definition for tier 3 intervention, and we're talking. Sometimes she shows me files and I say, okay, that's not what I told them to do at all. We need to send this back. I need to call this principal. This is not what you need.
And one other thing that I think we've noticed through our data meeting, our quarterly data meeting process is schools are now communicating like their procedural steps in terms of retention of data, because that's been a problem where misplacement of data or for whatever that is, but really having a defined binder
Right.
for a student or a very defined procedural process of how a student's data is going to be stored for
Right.
potential review.
And they're all working hard to sort this out. I have done 2, I'm calling them audits because it's really what they are, where I give the school the names of students who specifically third grade success-wise are required to have intervention plans. So I know from my data in my computer, these 6 kids should have plans. So I send that to the principal or the stat chair and say, I want to see all the files for this kid. And that's been really good in both directions. Sometimes they don't have it, like they haven't started intervention on that kid at all. Sometimes they do have it, but it's missing stuff. Sometimes they have it and I've taken it as a sample for the rest of the district because they've got everything they need. I'll show you, I actually have some sample files in this, at the end of this PowerPoint, so you can see like what this actually looks like.
Sorry to interject, I just thought there were some things we
No,
wanted to
I think that's
clarify.
good. I didn't put a ton into this because I didn't know which piece of this we would want to hit hard. I think I've hit this enough.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I have one question. With the 9-week for the intervention.
Yeah.
So if the school starts beginning of the year and the teacher notices right off the bat that this student is struggling, do they still have to wait the initial 9 weeks before they can put them into tier 2? And
No.
then it starts a 9-week process?
No, so the 9 weeks starts the day that we write the intervention plan, and that could be the first day of school.
Okay.
And that's another misconception we're having is about the timelines. People are saying, I hear from teachers, it takes too long, it takes too long. If they do it the way the plan is written, it takes 18 weeks. 18 weeks is the minimum amount of time to get through the whole thing. And that is assuming that there's no data from the year before. So if this student, maybe after the middle of the year benchmark that we just had in February, starts intervention in March, we might be able to count tier 2 is already being done. And this year we're moving on to tier 3. What we're finding though is before this makeover, most of the documents don't have what we need to count. They either don't have enough data points or they weren't providing something that was actually a true tier 2 or tier 3 intervention. We're finding that things from previous years are really lacking in what they need to have. Not in all cases, some cases, and a lot of times schools were working with the special ed office on the SAT side before it got to special ed saying, I know this kid needs help, what do I need to do? And so those documents are in good shape. It just depends on the situation. where
Yeah,
we are.
because this process in itself is not necessarily a special ed process. It can eventually get there.
Right. And that's the other thing that we've had to work on. And I honestly think teachers are doing better with that. Like, I talked to a principal who said, I'm really surprised. A lot of our teachers at the end of tier 3 want to leave them in tier 3 and don't want to make the recommendation, which is great. That means they're seeing results from what they're
Right.
doing, and the goal is to prevent this student from needing special education. So if they have the data that this kid is making good gains, they don't have to make that referral. So I think this is helping. I'll be honest, as a principal, we weren't doing this the way we're supposed to. Like when I was the principal at West Preston, we were a lot of times trying to shove what we'd done into the forms instead of the other way around, instead of understanding the process and giving the kid what they needed on the front end. So we were always providing small group interventions and differentiation, but to this level of specificity, we were definitely lacking. So I think this has made a big difference for everybody. It's a lot of work, but I haven't had any teachers kick back on the process. It just takes a lot of time. And I'm asking a lot of them and the principals, and I understand that, but we don't really have a choice. It's required by law that we intervene for these students, and we have to do it in a way that gives us a prayer of actually making a difference. You know, we don't want to just check a box and say we're doing it if we're not providing the student with something to help them achieve and catch up.
I have a quick,
Now-
go ahead.
Now, do each of our elementary schools have a separate time for the SAT meetings other than their planning period?
Most of the SAT meetings happen after school, but some of them do elect to do them during planning times. We don't have established SAT meeting times per se. They've all told me when their SAT meetings are, but we don't provide an extra time. Principals kind of work that out in their schedule. So some principals will say Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday after school is safe for SAT. Monday's staff meeting, Friday's leadership, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday we're holding for SAT. Every school does it a little bit different.
All right, now, these SATs beyond the school day or within?
I would say a little mix of both. Like most schools have about a half hour after school.
Yeah.
So some would be in and some would be out. And some of our schools have done, they want to get a whole bunch of meetings done in a day. So we'll do substitutes and knock out 4 or 5 meetings in a day. And that works well, as long as we're not doing it so often that it pulls the teacher out of the classroom too much. But if it's isolated to a couple times a year, I'm able to fund that. I will fund a substitute for that purpose.
Like substitute can travel from classroom to classroom.
Yeah,
free
generally,
teachers to be involved in the
they,
meeting.
what they usually do is they get 2 subs for the day, and they schedule that sub to pop in and out of classrooms as needed to cover teachers for their meetings. That works well if the school has enough, like Kingwood and West have done that because they have so many students that need this. They're finding it's easier to carve a day to get them all done on a cyclical basis. But again, every kid is different. If we have a kid with attendance issues, their 9 weeks might turn into 13 weeks, you know? So we gotta, it's not, you can't just say, okay, everybody's starting tier 2 on this day, now everybody's moving to tier 3. It just doesn't work like that. So, but a lot of times they are able to jumble up those meetings.
I have a couple questions. Ballpark, how many students do you think that we have at the end of 3rd grade won't meet the state required cut score? Just ballpark number.
I would say, like 120, maybe, something like that.
120. So whenever the Success Act is fully implemented, those would be students that we would have to retain or consider
Unless they
retaining.
meet one of the exemptions. Wait, 120 is too high. 120 is what I pulled for all grade level. I was just looking at cut score
Looked at
kids.
the metrics, Katie, they said anywhere from 12 to like 19%.
It's gonna be like 50, 60 kids, I think. It's not a low number.
Okay.
I'd say the state is projecting 1,800 across the state that won't meet exemptions. So they're expecting on average, now, they didn't give the average, but the state at the last Charleston was just saying they were expecting around 1,800 that won't meet an exemption to be in consideration, which on average would be about 32 per county. Not that all counties are in any way going to be the same.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is if you're saying that we have 50 to 60 before exemptions, take that out because it's still a student that's not meeting the standards.
Right.
I feel that, and I think this is building off of, you said you currently did 2 SAT audits of 2
Yes.
specific students. I feel that we need to be working towards, any student that's not hitting the cut score, that there are potential for being held back, we need to start doing audits, the SAT audits of those students working towards, which I know that'd be 50 to 60 audits, and you're not able to do that. But I think as we probably do 10 to 15 of them, especially if we're doing 5 at one school, 5 at another school, that we would start training the students and the principals on the process, that we would see this improve.
Yeah, my 2 audits were 2 different dates, so I audited at least 5 kids at every school during both of those. So that would be, and some of them I asked the same kid twice. So like if the first time around they had just started it, but I hadn't seen the logs from the teacher, I would give the same kid's name. So it's not 2 kids, it's many more kids that I've looked at.
Okay.
Second, they have to report, every principal has to report on every single cut score kid. So even if I'm not eyeballing their form, they have a spreadsheet that includes every single name of every kid under the cut score. They have to report on their scores in math and English, their dyslexia screener, and they have to put in there, is the intervention plan in place, yes or no? So they still have to report to me every single kid. It's just how many of the SAT files do I have my eyes on? But my plan is to do more, but they already have to show me that they have looked at the data for every single one of those kids. And they have to, and that's where they report the communication to the parents. So we have a date, I could give you a date for any kid and when the notification happened.
you see where I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I feel like these students, but also then we need to take it down to the second grade level. And if we
Right.
get a student that's at the second grade level that's not hitting the cut score, we really need to be having an audit of that specific student's SAT process.
Right.
So that through the third grade year, we have them above the line.
Yeah. Right now, I'm looking at all K-3, but I could focus on the group that will be the first group to be retained and do even more in that category, yeah.
I think, yeah, but we can't just bypass the students and
Right.
say, hey, too bad the legislature didn't think about you.
Right.
Right, we gotta kind of do them all.
Yeah.
With it.
Yeah, the principals it's becoming more and more second nature for them they have to do this at every at every benchmark, so they have to do it last year they did it, only did it 3 times, we do it 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end. So I can track the number of kids that were above the cut score at the beginning of the year versus the middle of the year, and we do have kids that are now testing above, which is great. But yes, I would like to eyeball all of them, but I want to keep increasing it. My plan is at the end of the year to spend at least a half a day at every building because I am very interested in how they're storing files. And the other thing is, the day that we start school, these kids who are ending the year on an intervention plan should continue that intervention plan. And that has not been happening. And I can say that as a principal, as a previous principal as well. It always takes a little bit of time to get going back in the year and for the new teachers to understand the kids in front of them. But we should be handing those new teachers the intervention plans from the previous year and saying, these kids were identified, this is what you're doing.
I agree with you, because that would be the same as saying, like, you go to the doctor next month and they throw away your file and we're gonna start all
Exactly.
over again.
Exactly,
Like,
and
that
that's been a
file
major
has to-
And
weakness of the process.
we can
yes.
certainly involve that in the end of year, process for administrators in terms
Yes.
of what we're bringing in at the end of the year.
Yeah, I would love to try to check every kid that they have a file. I don't know, we'll see how much I can do. I would like to seriously look at those files at the end of the year, because again, I'm spot checking, which honestly has been good. I mean, that's catching a lot of things. But I would like to really spend a lot of time to make sure they're ready for the beginning of next year. Yeah.
So through the intervention process, you said there's teachers admitted that they got confused or they didn't have the form filled out right. So when that happens, do you like communicate with everybody, all the teachers saying, hey, this is example what happened, so that you don't run into the same hurdle over and over, or a child has to, there's a longer timeline before the child gets the help he needs?
Yes, so there's a couple ways I've communicated about this. These are slides from a PowerPoint that I put together for teachers in schools. So I've done 4 schools that way, and I kind of put it on the principal to decide whether they want me coming to train their teachers or if they want to continue to do it. So when we see big issues with forms, it goes to the principals. And I also, in my communication, my curriculum updates to staff, there's an MTSS thing, and I'm using the most commonly found errors or questions to kind of do a little review. The questions they're asking are good questions. Like they're coming to me with scenarios that tell me they're really thinking about this and trying to do it the right way. We're still having some issues with data, and part of that is the resources we use for intervention in the district, helping teachers know how to use that to meet the goal. Like Amira is a perfect progress monitoring tool, because they're supposed to be on, ideally kids are practicing 30 minutes a week. Every single time the kid practices, the computer gives us a score and we can see those numbers go up. It's perfect. We don't have something like that for math. So we're working with teachers to say, okay, what intervention are you providing and helping them determine what the data can be. So that's a big one that we're still working on, but it's not the teachers doing it wrong, it's just continuously to work on the best practice.
Thank you.
One more thing on that.
Yeah.
So when you're bringing them back and starting the next year, are there 9 weeks starting over from there, or if they had 4 weeks the previous year in tier 1, are they starting on week 5?
They can continue. The trick is it has to be a continuation of the same intervention plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to unify our intervention so that what the kid gets in 2nd grade, they could easily get in 3rd grade. What's happened in the past is every grade level has kind of been doing their own intervention, their own data collection. So when they start a new school year, it's hard to just pick it up where they left off. But For reading especially, we have a district-wide intervention program, and that is what everybody uses unless they can give me a good reason why they're going to use something else. And so they should easily be able to pick it up in the next year, which hasn't been the case in the past.
Basically, I would say too, all of our schools talk about a lot of vertical meeting with, between grade levels, so, in transitioning those kids from year to year. Certainly that should be encouraged, needs to be
Right.
part of that process, those kids that have those identified intervention plans, to work that there is a continuation.
And our tier 3, that highest level, is being provided by our tutors in a lot of cases. So in a perfect world, we're able to bring back those tutors who we've already trained, and they'll be working with the same kids again. So that's even better if we've had them in tier 3 now with a tutor, that they can even see that same person as a third grader next year.
In several of the schools too, we've had carryover with the tutors. For example, I know
Yes.
Kingwood has had the same set the last 2 years.
Yep, I feel pretty good about the group we have right now. They're all people that are highly invested in this work, and as long as they're scheduled, I mean, they're part-time, most of them are retired educators, so as long as their schedules allow, I feel like we'll get most of them to return. The only thing I have left is just a sample of what these forms look like, so you can see the kind of detail we're getting. So this is an intervention plan for a student. The primary intervention is they're getting 20 minutes a day on structured literacy with ease, which is our district-wide suggested intervention program. This person also has accommodations marked, how much time is being provided, and then this is the log. This is what we were missing. This is the biggest thing we were missing. We had no way for teachers to track the intervention. So they could say what they did, but there was there wasn't anything like this. So this page is the log that actually allows the teacher to mark when the kid actually received the intervention, so we can say, okay, we said they're going to get it 5 days a week. Did they get it 5 days a week? Check yes or no. Also down at the bottom, you'll see week 1 through 12. That teacher is actually writing the lessons provided during intervention. So now when we go to a SAT meeting, we can say, these are all the things that we've worked on, and you can see like week 2, it has a skill and it said couldn't do. Week 6, they did assessments. Like you can see extremely specifically what the student is working on in intervention. And the reason I picked this one is if you look at the top under progress monitoring, you can see a list of dates and a list of scores. So we can see that when this student started intervention, they were at a 1.88, which means first grade, 8th month. And by November, they were at 2nd grade, 1st month. So these logs allow us to get a much better look at, are the interventions working or are they not? Okay, so here's another plan. This one has a little bit more information in it. We've got data. We know the focus is phonics. We've got 3 different programs this teacher is going to pull from. This particular example, this was one that I sent back feedback saying you need to pick one. Like you can use supplemental, but intervention needs to be one main program and you can add. So that was some feedback on this one. I just was working on this PowerPoint and I was like, I wonder how this kid did. And I looked at their iReady and that's how many points they've gained since they started intervention. So we are starting to see results, and this is still very new. I feel strongly that we're going to see more and more benefits from this as we go. And right now, and I keep telling our teachers and principals this, yes, 2nd and 3rd grade, you have a ton of kids requiring intervention. Like it is more than, tiered interventions, I think it's only like 5 to 10% should be at tier 3. And we definitely have more kids in that category right now. But if we start this in kindergarten and do it correctly at every level, we will start to see that number drop lower and lower and lower because kids won't need it. And that's just one more example. Again, you can see this student has scores every week to show their progress. They haven't made as much progress. This student started at a 0.78 and landed on I think that's a 0.82. So that kid is not showing a lot of growth. That might be a student that needs more than we're able to provide in the general education setting. But that's the kind of data that Jamie is looking for so that we can see, okay, these are all the days they got intervention. This is their scores, and so now we know what we need to look at for the future.
Ms. Rush, I'd like to thank you just for providing this. I know we've taken a lot of time today for it, but I know that in my 2.5 years on the board, this is the first time that the process has really been explained in this detail. And I think all efforts of ensuring that teachers and building administrators are following this process will benefit every student. And we're not gonna see the outcome for 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. But I do trust this process because it documents it. And I think if we can continue to train the teachers, but also taking it to the next level of training parents so that they can be involved and also rebuilding that confidence instead of people just throwing up their hands.
Right.
So I would encourage you to keep powering through and.
It's been a lot, but I feel really good about it. It's something I've put a lot of time in, but we can actually see results right now. You know, now when we get a SAT file, I can actually get enough information about this kid to see what steps might be needed next instead of just having too many questions. So I feel good about our progress. Definitely, we're still working on it, but everybody has made this a priority, and I do feel like even the teachers that are kind of drowning in the work that this requires see the benefits and appreciate that the process is clearer. Even though it requires more work from them, they now see what it means to put a kid through this process. Any other questions about anything in my presentation or any other MTSS things right now?
So like you started out your 6 steps to the MTSS, right? And that looks like a good, and then your next slide was step 1, identification.
Yeah.
And then that was the only one where you really addressed like that. But will we be able to give a document to a parent if they were asking, what is this going to look like, that says, this is the 6 steps, this is who, I mean, like, it really looks like the majority of these are on the responsibility of the teacher, right? I mean, they're the ones that are going to have to come up with the intervention for tier 2 and then track and da-da-da-da. So, I mean, it really does look like a lot of that falls on the teacher. But will we be able to give a document to a parent that says, here's what it's going to look like, here's who's responsible in the way, but more importantly, is an administrator going to follow up in week 5 of 9, like to make sure that we're doing it? And what happens if we do 9 weeks and we didn't track the appropriate intervention? Like, remember how you said there were certain forms that you have to do? What happens? What are our options for that student? I mean, are we literally just going to look at the parent and say, sorry, we lost that 9 weeks, we're going to start again? What are our options? And I understand that the special ed department is saying, I need this data for me to be able to move forward, but what are we able to do or / going to do?
So one of the things we can do is we don't have to wait to start tier 3. So I've told principals and teachers, if you have a kid come, like let's say they're coming back from homeschool or they're coming from another district and they need a lot of support, we can start them on tier 3 from day 1. So we don't have to wait a whole 9 weeks to put them in that upper level of support where they would get a tutor or extra time. So that's one thing that we can do. Sometimes we do have to say, you did not provide intervention for 9 weeks. We need to provide the intervention to see if we can make any progress here before we look at testing the student for special ed services. But tier 3 can always be provided. And if a student goes through the whole process, is referred to special ed, they do not qualify, the school continues tier 3 services. Like, that's another thing that was happening is we would refer a student to special ed and then we would just sit and wait to hear back from special ed. That has been a major point. I say, no, when this kid is in, when we identify them, that's step 1, they are in this process until a team of people say they don't need it anymore, or they have an IEP, one of the two. So, but sometimes we do say, okay, what you're telling us you did is not intervention. I talked to a teacher earlier in the year and she said, this kid really needs help. 3rd grader doesn't know his letters. And I say, okay, well, let me help you fill out the form. We might be able to go backwards, what you've already provided. You know, and we do have that conversation. If we can get out of the teacher that they provided interventions, we can do that. But when I started talking to her, the only thing she provided for this kid was she helped him, she read the test aloud to him when it was time to take a test. And she would scribe his answers. But she hadn't given him any instruction on letters.
It was an accommodation, not an intervention.
Yeah, exactly. And so we've had that conversation a lot, accommodation versus intervention. So for that kid, we had to say, okay, you've got to get, and I sent a coach and I said, help this teacher intervene for this kid. Because she is asking for help, but what she needs is to provide intervention before we can go another level. So those are the kind of conversations we're having. I don't know if I answered your whole question, but that's.
Yeah. The only other thing is, in WEVIS, if a student has an IEP, is that indicated in WEVIS?
Yes.
Okay, if a student is it has tier 2 or tier 3. Is that in Weavis?
No.
Okay.
It could be. We
Tag.
could make our own tag for that, but that is not something that's automatically in
Okay.
there, no.
But something of that nature would probably help us make sure that we're not dropping from year to year, or that, like, if a
Yeah.
teacher gets a list of those at the beginning of the year, it'd say, did you get something else with that?
I can talk to Brenda
So-
about that. That might be something we want to do with the end of the year, to say where these kids ended, so that they're tagged for the beginning of the next year.
Just my
I'm not
concern is
sure.
like when you say, it shouldn't end until the SAT team says it should
Right.
end. But if there's no marker someplace in the record system,
Alert.
Right.
I agree that should be I agree with Mr. Kisner that we should look at some way that we could tag and weave this for the end of this year, so that first day of school next year, we pick up running where we already
Yeah.
were. Okay, however it gets done, and then we, at the same time, make sure that the files are in order, and we review those files, and just let teachers and building administrators know now that
Yep.
the central office is going to review those files over the winter to make sure everything's in order.
Yep.
So that we don't lose a quarter of the school year
Yeah.
next year. Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you. We appreciate your
Thank you.
time. Okay. Let's move on with our agenda. Everyone get our computers up and running here. Mine specifically. Okay, next on the agenda is the meeting minutes from February 10th, 2025. It's recommended that the board approve the minutes from the February 10th meeting. Can I get a motion?
so moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mr. Hovatter. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Next on the agenda is approving the meeting minutes from February 14th, 2025. It's recommended that the board approve the minutes for the work session.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mr. Hovatter. Okay, is there any corrections to the minutes from the work session? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have executive session to update the board on pending legal matters. It's recommended that the board enter into executive session to discuss pending legal matters. Can I get a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Moved by Mr. Hovatter,
Second.
second by Mr. Kisner. Is there any discussion? Okay, this is a voice vote? I'm sorry, a computer vote?
Yep.
Okay, call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0 at 1:02.
Okay. All right, we'll be back hopefully really quick, and this will be a good time for anyone who wants to use the restroom. ready? Yeah. Are we back on?
Sounds good.
Okay. Can I please get a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mr. Zigray. Is there any discussion about the motion to return to open session? Okay, is this a voice vote?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do a voice vote, starting with Mr. Hovatter.
Yes.
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 Motion passes 5-0 at 1:22.
Okay, while in executive session, the superintendent updated us on pending legal matters. No action was taken. Okay, next on the agenda is the service personnel agenda. It's recommended that the board approve the service personnel agenda. May I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mrs. Miller. Okay, Mr. Martin, is there anything you want to say to us?
Mrs. Varner's across the hall. I just know there's several anticipated new positions that are posted on the agenda, which will entail positions we need to look at for the 25-26 academic year. And Mrs. Varner, I think when she gets in there for the superintendent's update, can update on any additional matters related to personnel. But that's attributed for all these positions. These are ones that are known positions that we'll need to add for next year.
I got a question about, we're adding 2 aides to Kingwood Elementary only. Does that mean we're going down to 2 third grades at Kingwood Elementary?
Not necessarily. It would depend upon, one of the classes might be small enough that they could have a classroom without an aide. I believe it's if they're under 12, I believe.
Under 12.
Do we want to ask Mrs.
Mrs. Varner just stepped in, but
We're on the service personnel agenda. Mr. Zigray?
Yes. Adding 2 aides, third grade to Kingwood Elementary. I was wondering if we were going down to 2 grades to Kingwood Elementary, or Mr. Martin was saying.
We're staying with 3 teachers,
one,
but we're only going to need 2 aides because with the ECAT, House, the Success Act, I can have 1 set of kids, if I can split the aides between a section of 12 and then 2 grades.
that's what I told them, Angie, that's what I thought.
That we're able to do that with the Success Act. So the state is only funding us. They look at our total number of the kids within that 3rd grade group as a whole, and they're saying you only need 2 aides because of the total number of students, because I can have a small group without an aide.
Right.
And then 2 classes with an aide. So we're going to have multiple classes next year that may have a larger group with an aide and a smaller group without an aide, depending on the class size.
And what's the limit for third grade? How many students can you have?
You can have 25 per teacher.
25 per teacher. Okay, one other question. I don't know if you decided on this yet. Were we doing a split between Aurora and Kingwood for music?
Yes, but it'll be by day, not
Okay, so it's gonna be a 3-2?
3-2.
And we're gonna alternate back and forth, 2-3, 3-2, or is it gonna be 3-2?
three at Aurora because they have band. And they need to have the person up there 3 days so they can cover the band. And Kingwood would have 2 days. Now, on some weeks, if they don't need to have the band person up there every Friday, then the principals will work and they may come down and have an extra day at Kingwood on Fridays.
Okay, so it's definitely gonna stay 3-2 all year long. And Aurora has a band?
Aurora has band, middle school band, because they have them 6, 7, 8.
All right.
They have 5th grade band and then they have the 6, 7, 8 band.
Good. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the professional personnel. It's recommended that the board approve the professional agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mr. Hovatter. Is there any discussion or anything from Mrs. Varner or Mr. Martin?
Are we looking at any positions, like special positions that we're putting on that, I don't know what it's called, but
Supplemental?
like supplemental, that you can extend it out?
For extra days,
Or, like retired teachers can go on, I thought they could go on if it was extended out, they were allowed to go the whole length of time and not the 140 days.
Well,
Talking about critical
designated
areas of
critical need.
Yeah, critical needs, that's what.
we would have that need for next school year, we would apply for that waiver at the very beginning of the year, and then to get it approved, and, so I can't do that yet, because I have to wait and see what areas I need those to be approved in, and then I have to fill out specific forms on each one of those subs and submit those to the state. The state board has to approve them, and then I submit those to the retirement board for them to approve them. So I will start on that in August next year, when I know what openings I have open and where I'm gonna put those subs into which areas, and then I can start that process and submit that to the state. But we can do that, yes.
Okay, is there any limit on that to the number we can have?
No.
No. So I'm curious, with all these openings we had this year, why didn't we do that more often, or where there was no reason?
The subs that I would try to get back into do it, they did not want to do the long term.
They didn't want to do them. Okay, thank you.
The combination of science and social studies at TAEP. I mean, haven't we had a hard time getting somebody who's certified in one of those to get there? I mean, how do we envision finding somebody with both those certifications that wants to do double the lesson plans? I mean, I'm just asking, that's the strategy, right? Is that we're now going to try to find one teacher who's willing to do both of them. Are our numbers down to where we don't have to have somebody that's just?
One section of sixth grade, because you have 19 kids in sixth grade. You have one section of seventh grade, you have 24 kids in
Should
seventh
get by with
grade.
one.
One section of eighth grade, you have 29 kids in eighth grade. So I really do not need a separate teacher for each single one of those subjects, where I do need separate teachers in some of our larger schools, where I'm needing to keep teachers. So instead of keeping separate teachers in each one of those areas and having to go and cut somewhere else where I definitely need to keep that teacher at.
And Mrs. Varner, we would be able to get that individual potentially on permit if they go through the praxis process. So, we would certainly work with certified, if, let's say, for example, they're certified in one and not the other, we could work to assist that person with their certification on the other side.
So like if we would have a social studies certified teacher start the year, we would be able to work with them throughout the first half of the year to get their science certification completed. Or if I had a science certified person, we would work the other way to get their social studies. And what we would do is work with them to get the praxis test, so they would not have to go back and make those work, we would just get them to be able to pass the praxis in order to add that as a certification.
Yeah.
What if that was a retired teacher that just wanted to do it for the year? Would they still have to take the practice?
No.
No.
So if I didn't have anyone that was certified interested in bidding, then we would fill that position with a certified sub, then we would be, as long as they were certified in one of the positions, we would be okay.
So our numbers in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Terre Haute are down.
Very small.
Okay.
I know we're shrinking, I know that's part of our performance problem in Terrata is those middle school students have not had a chance. Is there any potential of you just talked about like a 2-3 for an art teacher between two schools. Is there any school that could be done with those subject matters between Terrata and Aurora, Terrata and Kingwood, or anything of that nature?
So Aurora, I currently have a science social studies split teacher already.
Yeah. So you got the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I know it's a huge concern in that, not just because I live there, it's a huge concern because any of our schools having that many grades where you're not got certified instruction before they enter high school is a problem. But I know that's
There are people that carry both, though. There was a certain time, like my brother, he carries both
yeah, but we
certifications.
haven't been able to get somebody for the past 2 years that carries either one. up there. I mean, just,
Well, the current teacher is social studies certified.
yeah, social studies we
Yeah.
finally got this year, but
Mr.
I assume
Kilborn.
this means that that social studies teacher is gonna be let go, and then if we don't get somebody who has both of these, maybe he can come back, right? Like,
When I spoke to him, when we were going over all of this, I suggested, I said, would you have interest in doing this, and this is how we can help you do this, and so, I mean,
hopefully he'll have interest. I mean, like, I don't know him personally, yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is bus safety concerns. This is a discussion and information item. Mr. Martin?
The previous data, the Excel, the survey data was still available for the board's review. And it had breakouts in terms of drivers with the number of occurrences, and they're indicating whether they're familiar with the procedural process involved. I have reached out at Mr. Hobatter's request. At this time, I've interviewed 9 drivers in conjunction with Mr. Plum. Those drivers are listed. We'll continue. We have efforts to reach 18 additional drivers. That's basically everyone who has either identified that they've been illegally passed or had questions about the procedural processes. So we're trying to chip away at that and get in contact with those drivers. The drivers we've identified, or one thing that we've asked is, well, what areas, tried to get some specifics, what areas have been problems, which you can look there, some of the various areas around the county. Route 7 seems to be a problem. They specified between Aurora Road and Preston Parts, near the car wash in Reedsville. In the Aurora area, driver said Route 50 near Yawk Drive. They also mentioned the top of Ryan Hill in the area close to the Route 24 split in Aurora. West Point entrances at both sides have been expressed as concerns. Route 7 from Reedsville to Smoking Jacks. Route 7 in Kingwood near the Preston County Inn, Post Office and Auto Zone. Majestic Acres in Arthurdale between Fields Creek and Plainview Drive in Gladesville, near the Snake Den Road in Albright, Route 26 North near Shady Grove and Glade Farms Roads, in Brewston, Route 94 near the top of Martin Hill, and also closer to Browns Mill and Dogtown Road in Arthurdale. So thus far of the 9 drivers, those were some of the identified areas. Most of the drivers that indicated they had received the written protocol document know how to submit a complaint. Drivers indicated if they were hesitant to file a complaint was, quite frankly, they weren't confident that there would be certain actions taken. I know now with this obviously being an expressed concern to the board, Mr. Plum, I think we have had a recent illegal pass by one of our drivers, and that complaint has been properly filed. Am I correct on that? Okay, so, and Mr. Plum, that was filed, the process that was discussed at our meeting back on the 14th. Have you received any feedback thus far? No. Okay. But that was actually a driver that had one of the new extender arms employed, and the footage shows the individual drove underneath of the extender arm. But Mr. Plum, you were able to pull the license plate information on that? Correct. And did you work with Officer Lewis through the referral process? Yes. Okay. So, and that's really what we need to do moving forward, and then obviously just working and cooperating with the courts to pursue this vigorously.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members?
And Mr. Hovatter, I'll continue, like I said, I'll reach out to these other drivers, just trying to work way, get in contact with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I got to go back to the last, Ms. Varner, she left, right? Mr. Martin, I had one more question about, are we dropping a science position at the high school?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I mean, Mrs. Varner can clarify. I've got her reporting out during the superintendent's update. I do not believe so. Okay, thank you, Todd. I know right now, Todd, you were kind of waiting with the scheduling to kind of see where the metrics are going, where there's.
We're looking at scheduling. I prefer not to, but we're looking at scheduling and see, we have to make one cut somewhere.
Okay.
So just looking at the level of student interest in various programs and whatnot as to make a determination what might be the most feasible cut. Mr. Tatham, that's all I have, though, on the bus safety concern.
Okay.
I have a couple things. With the fact that We installed the new bar, and the first pass that was reported was on that bus. Are we going to continue to look at that avenue of spending that money on, because that wasn't a deterrent that time? I mean, you're looking at a lot of money with all these buses we have.
Yeah, to do them all, I think we could look at maybe some of these high incident rate routes, and that was one of the high incident rate routes. But I would say it helps us in the fact that, the driver can't indicate, like, visibility was a factor, because like I said, from a lighting standpoint, it's very, very prominent. Am I correct, Steve? So, like, this is not where the defendant could say, I didn't see it. Like, I think it definitely helps. But I would agree, Mr. Hovatter, I don't know that like the entire fleet, that would make sense. Again, I think maybe looking at some of these really high incident areas. I think that, and working in conjunction with law enforcement to identify some of these areas that are where we can get more patrols in some of these areas where it's happening more frequently.
So if we're going to install them on the buses in the high-risk areas, what's the life expectancy on these compared to the buses? So what I'm asking is, if we retire a bus, are we going to take this back off and install on another bus?
Yeah, we haven't had these long enough to know, though, the longevity of them. But yeah, I think in that instance, if we were to remove a bus from the fleet, we would still look to incorporate the arm itself. That would be somewhere you don't want that just sitting somewhere.
Right.
I guess my question, are there multiple places they can be installed at, or is it they all attached to the bottom of the stop sign? Like, it was just surprising to me because my understanding is it was a minivan that went under it, and I can't go under the stop sign on the side of a bus if I walk under it. So I was just curious.
Yeah, it attaches to the bottom of the stop sign that deploys, and also it has to be wired in there as well.
Yeah, yeah. I said, I think the bus driver said that they felt like they must have went off the side of the road a little bit, but they said they literally went under it, and I just thought that was, I don't think I can walk under that.
And I mean, I guess if they went out around it, that's kind of the point, is to make it more difficult for them to do this.
I think that
it's discouraging, though, that one that had it installed, that's already happened so quickly, for sure.
Yeah. Well, again, I think that our meeting with the local was productive, and I hope that that's also a major deterrent, more than having to even put the money into more of the, I mean,
Sure.
I'm not opposed to the money in these units to add some safety.
I think filing the complaint is going to be the best action. Filing the complaint with law enforcement and taking
Yes.
legal action is going to be the best bang. Okay.
And I would like to make the correction.
And making it public.
Preston Parts is down over the hill, and it should be Valley Auto.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Mr.
Just
Hovatter.
for advertising.
We'll make that correction.
It's fine.
I'm just.
Thank you for that correction.
stretch of highway.
Okay. Moving on, our next item on the agenda is the Office of Civil Rights Guidance Document. This is a discussion and information item. This item was placed on the agenda at the request of a citizen from the community. The copy of the document is also available for public.
Yeah, Mr. Tatham, again, I received the document from the citizen on last Tuesday, which was the day before posting the agenda. So I've not had a substantial amount of time to research the topic in advance of today's meeting. I would say I provided the source document to our legal counsel. She did a cursory review of our policies and reported back that she did not see anything that would be consistent with what was mentioned in the guidance document. However, I plan to work in conjunction with our council to review not only the county level policies, but look at individual schools as well, just to make a determination. I plan to share any communication with the board prior to responding back to the citizen, but I was in communication with him by email, just indicating he had a few questions in terms of, there was an instance, the document itself is now posted in the public section of the agenda. However, the response from Mrs. Croyle was privileged information to the board, which it's in the executive content, but I do intend to contact and provide written communication back to the citizen in a timely manner.
Thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Martin, I mean, the way again, just to summarize, Ms. Croyle simply stated that she did not see any indication of anything in our policies. She only reviewed the county policies.
Correct. She wasn't privy to all of our
So if a
school
local school
level
had
stuff.
one, but could we, I mean, I assume you sending out a notice to our administrators, reminding them that if they were to have anything in a local school policy that needs to be considered.
I'd like to just see if they can send me copies of their
To review.
student handbooks so we can review.
Yeah, but you're not aware of anything in your tenure here
No.
that you would ever have thought that was constituted under this?
No, but I mean, for example, I was doing some research at other school districts. I mean, there was one West Virginia district that had an assistant superintendent that was specific duties were equity and inclusion. So it varies certainly from district to district, but no, there was nothing glaring within our local policies. We'll assess the school policies. We obviously want to give accurate information to the citizen who requested it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Okay, board members, I've given you copies of the superintendent's update from both the 17th and the 24th. They both include weekly schedules. Did want to, obviously, we recognized Coach Reed earlier. He was recently named the Big Ten Conference Coach of the Year, and of course, his wrestlers had great success this past weekend at the regional event. Again, we've notified our employees of the potential retirement incentive. Employees do need to disclose their intent to retire by March 3rd to be eligible for this potential state-level bonus. Academic coaches provided with resources for Black History Month, resources that were shared with teachers and staff. Beanstack update, this is a program pre-K through 8th to encourage students to log into their reading minutes, which it's a program to help track reading minutes. It's kind of a competitive element to each school, that each school is involved in this, and they're tracking the minutes from school to school. So there's a certain competitive element to that as well. And then also information was shared from the Department of Education. Also had the specifications like a resource guide or a reference guide for the new phone units that have been installed throughout the county. So I wanted to make that available for the board's review as well. From today's update, let me see if I can get there. My papers are all sticking together. You can kind of go through the calendar. Again, we talked about we have a meeting scheduled for Friday with Rollsburg area staff. I know Mr. Kisner expressed interest. That's going to be at 2:30. If you need to participate by teams, we can certainly make that accommodation if need be. We have a meeting scheduled with the calendar committee at 3:30 on Thursday. Typically like to bring some calendar proposals to that group, allow them to provide feedback, and we make potential adjustments, and then are able to send out multiple proposals for that group as a whole to vote upon. I'm hopeful that if we can move efficiently on Thursday, that we could potentially have a calendar option for the board's first review on the March 10th meeting. We're going to have to obviously look to reschedule several data meetings. We have Preston High, Brewston, Terre Alta, and Aurora that we'll work to try to get scheduled this week. Some other events coming up. We do have Preston High. Our last school-level meeting will be at Preston High School on March 10th with their LSIC and curriculum teams. That's also the same date for the state science fair in Charleston. Did want to make note, on March 12th, the Preston County Day at the Legislature, I can't think of the program with Mrs. Weaver, food service program, ProStart. We'll be sending, I think Mrs. Weaver said 6 to 7 students along with Mrs. Weaver, Mr. Justice. We'll be traveling down. They'll be, again, assisting our Chamber of Commerce for provision of the buckwheat cakes and sausage at the Capitol Rotunda. We also have at least 4 12th grade students who will be going down to serve as pages for President Smith in the Senate. We've got 4. I think Coach Tennant was planning on going down. Todd, maybe you or I would help to transport students because we have to make sure those students have transport options. We got our faculty Senate rep meeting will be towards the end of the month on the 18th. We have the regional social studies fair on the 19th. And we do have a professional learning day scheduled with no students on the 21st. That is one thing that the questions come up. We are not able to use a professional learning day as a prospective makeup day for students. That's a question that comes up a lot. We're not able to do that. This also has pictures of local winners from the social studies fair that took place. We certainly appreciate the Kingwood Volunteer Fire Department. We had to change locales. We appreciate the volunteer fire departments continue allowing us to have use and access to the building. We're able to, and certainly appreciate Mrs. Zigray's efforts in helping to coordinate. We had the county middle school basketball championships over the weekend, so congratulations goes out to all the winning teams. We had the Brewston JV girls, West Preston JV boys, the Aurora girls, and the Central Preston boys. So had lots of, 4 different teams were represented as winners there, and I believe most county schools, I think there was only 2 county schools that didn't have a team participating this past weekend. And then again, just updates from the Department of Ed. I've also shared the most recent newsletter from the Preston High School Journalism Club, the Excalibur newsletter. So board members, you have a chance to take a look at that. Okay, in terms of my update, at this time we've used all of our allocated non-traditional education brain freeze days. And we've used 10 traditional snow days. This would require 5 instructional days to be added back into the calendar. Our current anticipated final day for students would be June 5th. However, as I'd indicated earlier, I think I was speaking with Ms. Alexander, we have been informed by State Superintendent Blatt that there would be an opportunity to appeal any potential disputed days, which I would pursue with, in particular, the day in which I think it was January 6th, where it was a state of emergency issued, and the day with the online threats from back in, I believe that was in September. We can certainly ask for those to be considered. If those would be potentially taken back out of the calendar, we would be wrapping up by June 3rd. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. Calendar committee, as we said, has been established. We have representatives from 8 of the 10 schools. We have both professional and service personnel on the committee. First scheduled meeting is for 3:30 on Thursday. Hope to have, again, a calendar proposal to the board by the 10th. RFP was posted for the required 28-day period for district internet services as required by E-rate. We extended that bid process an additional 10 days. We received 2 bids, one from Frontier Communications, who's our current provider, one from Prodigy. The received bids will allow the district to upgrade internet services. Mr. Sines, so our potential savings with the bandwidth totals we're looking at is going to be more closer to $20,000. So $20,000 can be saved annually. That will also, though, is with enhanced internet services in almost all of our locations. So we're able to up a lot of our sites, yet we're going to be saving substantial amounts of money. So we were very, very happy about that process. I did get word back from the safety security grant that was submitted to the Department of Education. We put in a request for $50,000 seeking the purchase of multiple portable metal detectors at Preston High School. There were 55 submitted grants and 24 received funding. Unfortunately, we were not a selected project. Did want to notify the board the Department of Ed does have a new website. I'm sure they're going to change that URL at some point. They are operating their new website basically alongside their current website as they migrate content over. Did want to update Preston County will be working in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce to assist with I must have typo there. But working with the Preston County Day at the Legislature, we have Preston High Pro Start students, as we indicated earlier, and students will be paging for Senator Smith. So we're excited about that process, and again, that's on March 12th. Mrs. Varner, I think, stepped out. Mr. Zigrader, did you guys have any other questions in regards to personnel at this time?
No.
Okay. Our next scheduled meeting is scheduled for Monday, March 10th, 6 p.m. and should be at Preston High School. I apologize, board members. It'll be at Preston High School. Mr. Seymour, we're going to be doing that in the library.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll make sure to get that corrected for within the agenda once we finalize that. Mr. Tatham, that's all I have at this. Oh, the other thing, board members, I did include an attachment that came from Jim Brown from the State Board Association, just a status update on a lot of the pending education-related legislation. Board members, I think you're on that list, sir, but if you hadn't had an opportunity to see it, I went ahead and got you a hard copy of that for your review. So, Mr. Tatham, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
What time is the meeting at Rollsburg?
Rollsburg meeting it will be at 2:30. It's on Friday.
Okay.
And Mr. Hovatter, if you'd like to attend, if you can be there in person, or if you need a Teams option, I can certainly make that arrangement as well.
I'll let you know. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next on the agenda is out-of-state field trips. This is an action and information item. It's recommended that the board approve the following out-of-state field trips: Central Preston Band to North Huntington, Pennsylvania; tear out of East Preston 8th grade to West Mifflin, Pennsylvania; Preston High School Upward Bound to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania; and Preston High School science students to West Mifflin, Pennsylvania. May I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner.
Second.
Second by Mr. Zigray. Okay, documents are available for each of those. Is there any questions or comments? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next on the agenda is the chaperone volunteer list. However, there's no submitted request. Next is the professional meeting, but however, there's also no professional meeting request. We move on to the ongoing literacy discussion. We had that with Ms. Rush already. Is there any additional questions or comments under this area? Okay, not hearing any. Next on the agenda is transition planning for Rollsburg and Fellows,ville students.
And Mr. Tatum, just wanted to reiterate, we have a meeting set with Rollsburg staff on the Friday at 2:30. I believe Mrs. Williams has sent some preliminary questions that I'll try to have responses to. Again, as long as we don't have a quorum, board members, certainly anyone's, just if you kind of let me know if you would be interested in participating, we'll just need to be sure that we don't have a quorum, otherwise we need to call a formal meeting. The other meeting would be scheduled at Fellows,ville on March 13th at 2:30.
Not hearing any other discussion? Okay. Next on the agenda is Preston County Schools Policy 12-16, Substance Abuse Policy for Transportation Staff. This is an action, discussion, and information item. It's recommended that the board approve Preston County Schools Policy 12-16, Substance Abuse Policy for Transportation Staff on first read and for final approval on the March 10th, 2025 agenda. Can I get that motion, please?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Hovatter,
Second.
second by Mr. Zigray. Any discussion or anything you want to say, Mr. Martin?
Mr. Plum, I know, just had to step out there to take a call, but this was requested. He had I think representative from Federal Transportation came in the fall for an audit. And this was one thing they asked for, was a policy implementation, which it's almost like a template style policies. You can kind of see where you insert the district's name. But again, this was done at the behest of that. That was one thing, that was a recommendation that was made based upon that visit. So again, this is being brought forth for the board's review. We certainly will have to communicate, pending the passage of this policy. I think this would need to go into effect, post, and maybe that's one thing I should have added and I wasn't thinking, is this would need to go into effect for the 25-26 academic year. So after July, I think this would need to go into effect for July 1st, pending the board's approval.
So we have nothing in place now for pre-employment drug screening, post-accident, random, or anything that's...
No, we have that in place, but this was a recommended replacement.
Do we use a consortium, or do we do that in-house?
In terms of the testing, I think we have an agreement with Preston Memorial Hospital with the testing. And it's typically, depending upon the circumstance, if there's driver accidents, the driver someone has to come take the bus. Someone then transports the driver to receive the required testing. With the random testing, the drivers get notification and they have a certain amount of time that they need to report for the testing.
Not all accidents require post-accident testing, too. There's stipulations.
They have, it used to be, like pretty well, if someone just, nudged a vehicle in a parking lot, it required testing, but yes, they've given us greater discretion as the instances in which that can be used. Mr. Sines, that's starting to turn off again.
Now, I'm very familiar with all this. Actually, I just went through a federal DOT audit a couple of weeks ago, which I've been doing this for years. But, so with the clearinghouse, were we doing that when it was implemented back a couple of years? I don't remember the exact date. And who do we have doing those clearinghouse inquiries?
Honestly, Mr. Kovac, I'm not, like I said, if I could somebody get Mr. Plum, see if he can.
He's still on the phone. The reason I'm asking,
I'm honest about it, I don't want to speak out of turn, I'm just not sure.
The reason I'm asking so many questions is if we would get another audit and we're not doing this correctly, there's some very severe penalties and fines related to a lot of these. So my question was, who are we using? Are we doing it in-house for the clearinghouse inquiries, or are we using a third party for that also?
No, we go through the clearinghouse, the drug and alcohol clearinghouse that everybody, all the counties use.
But who's doing it for Preston County Schools? Is that something we're doing in-house, or are we using a third-party company?
The drug testing?
No, the clearinghouse. That's two separate things. I understand, because with the drug testing, we use Preston Memorial, which I use them also. But for the clearinghouse, for the inquiries, you have to do that for every employee before you hire them, and you have to do it annually. And I'm just asking who we have doing that.
We use a third party through the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration.
The clearinghouse.
Yes.
That's not what I'm asking. Who is actually doing the inquiry for us? The clearinghouse, I understand, is a federal organization, but we have to have somebody that's physically pulling that person's information to find out if they're non-prohibited or prohibited to be a driver. All I'm asking is, who do we have doing it, and make sure that they understand how to do it properly, because, like I just said, I think...
That's our secretary, that's Cindy.
Okay.
She's doing that, and we were audited recently, and they found very few mistakes on ours. We were like 99%.
So then we're making the inquiries in-house, is what you're saying, then?
Yes, yes.
Cindy's putting the information into the clearinghouse, and then they
Yes.
check it and provide it back to us.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so basically you enter all the potential employees' information, and it sends you a report back. You have to do a full inquiry at the time of hiring, and then there's different stipulations of when you can do a partial.
Mr. Plum, is there any differential in terms of the background check done for bus drivers or comparative to, for example, other service personnel?
I'm not aware of any, it's the same process.
Okay, so we go through Identigo for them as well?
Yes.
But with Clearinghouse, it's for anybody with a CDL that is subject to the FMCSA guidelines of the pre-employment, post-accident, and a whole 9 yards, so.
They recently did the audit, and the federal inspector came in and checked us, and we were like 99%. There was one that has slipped through in 5 years, and it was a mechanic that also drives for us occasionally, but we've corrected that now.
So we had a satisfactory rating after the audit?
Yes.
Obviously.
Mr. Plum, the policy requester, though, came at the behest of Mr. Poe, is that correct?
Yes.
Is the policy come with any fiscal note? Are we expecting this to increase our budget in any, does this increase a budget line of any nature? Yeah.
Shouldn't.
So we're already doing the same testing that it's required, it's just that we're putting it more in policy.
Yeah, this is the same policy that he has sent to all 55 districts, and he just wants us all to have the same language and be on the same page.
And also, here recently, there's been some bus accidents within the state, not in Preston County, but within the state, there was 4 accidents
Yeah, there was
within the last few
circumstance in
months.
Central West Virginia, I remember, I think it was, I can't remember the county, but yeah, the driver was intoxicated.
Yeah, four accidents where the driver was under the influence, one of which resulted in a child being permanently disabled. So they're really putting a big push on the school systems right now.
That's what comes with the federal audits.
Right.
Statewide, it's 3 to 4 accidents, yeah.
Yep.
The only thing that I saw in the policy that I was curious about was, it says that no driver can be on a prescription unless their doctor has told them that it won't affect or impair them to be driving. So do all of our drivers have to report all their prescriptions with a note from their doctor saying that, or how do we know that?
There is a list in the state bus policy, several pages long of medicines you can't take and drive. When we're actually, that's what I was on the phone about right now, we just had a driver just now report, and a lorry driver saying that he's on medication, so he can't drive the next 10 days. So we're scrambling to try to find a sub, we cannot find a sub for that, and so then we're going to move some people around and try to rotate it, so it's not the same person off. Cindy is also calling Preston Memorial and the State Department of Transportation to verify that this is on that list.
Okay. But it's just self-report, I mean, we don't require anything before the fact. I guess what my concern would be is if a bus driver got in an accident and then they say, and we find out they're on a prescription, that they're legally on, right?
There's no way for us to know that unless they tell us.
Unless they tell us ahead of time. So we inquire at the beginning of each school year about medications or prescriptions or whatever. Gotcha.
Now, do we have anybody in the system certified for the reasonable suspicion it's a certification? So what,
We utilized Mr. Smittle because of his law enforcement background.
has he taken, you did get the certification? Okay. Because that's another big part of it, so.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, not hearing any, and again, this was intended for July 1st, 2025 implementation. It's been moved and it's been seconded. This is first read. I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is Preston County Schools Policy 3-39, Virtual Instruction Program. This is a discussion and information item. This item was placed on the agenda by the request of discussion coming from Ms. Alexander at our previous board meeting. We have our existing policy in place, and Mr. Martin, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Mr. Tatham, again, based upon Mrs. Alexander's presentation at South Preston and discussion about the consideration to virtual options for grades kindergarten through fifth, which is not currently in policy, I've placed this on the agenda for discussion today. The board's current policy allows only students in grades 6 through 12 to be enrolled in the district's virtual program. I would say, kind of what Mrs. Alexander mentioned earlier, research varies on performance of younger students in virtual versus in-person educational programs. What I provided was just an AI-generated overview that it has branch off. If you click on the link itself, it has a lot of research-based topics that were available for the board's review in regards to again, the effectiveness of virtual education for students at that age level. I asked Mrs. Kelly to be here today. Of course, she's our virtual coordinator and can certainly speak to her experience with students working in the virtual platform as well. So, Mr. Tatham, would you have any concern with Mrs. Kelly being able to address the board at this time?
No, please do.
For every parent like this that will probably be there with their child, there are 10 that won't be there, but don't interact with their children on the platform. So those are my concerns. The state originally said that this wasn't to be an option. I know that Upshur County did move forward with that. There was a lot of discussion about that not being listed, that you would have them directly. And I wasn't here for all that, but Brandon, we have something to add to that, about Upshur County and I don't know litigation. Yeah, I know they were one of the first that did it, and I just know they got overwhelmed with requests, and I don't really know anything about their. As far as doing it for the whole state, I mean, we can't. Anything else you want to ask me? I can grab my notes if you want anything about numbers. Our high school kids are over 90% successful.
So you feel like age and maturity is a component of it?
Part of it and how much interaction a parent would have. I mean, am I saying that no kid would be successful in elementary? Probably not, but I have concerns about interaction and just response. When you're teaching a student to read, there's a lot of things that go into that, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the platform we were thinking about using and what we're going to use to see if I thought what my opinion was about that.
I mean, one thing I would speak to as we go through these quarterly data meetings, often schools will identify targeted grade levels of students, and frequently it's these students that went through that time period of COVID in which they were, kindergarten, first grade, receiving primarily virtual instruction for that span of years, and a lot of times those are identified, grade levels that they've identified some definitely some academic holes. So Again, do I think that there can students be successful in the K-5 level? Absolutely. I think, again, every circumstance is a little different. I do think that from a standpoint of research, the age and maturity level is something that should be considered. And, again, if there's a strong inclination, I'm not strongly in favor of evolving the policy to move to those grade spans, but again, I'll take feedback from the board.
Over the past 5 years, I've only had 5 benchmarks, less than 5 benchmarks, including this for elementary. Very few people have asked.
But again, you're saying we have 90% success rate on the high school side, and we have 32% success rate in the 6 through 8 grade range. And in both of those sets, we have very stringent guidelines on who even qualifies to be considered. Is that correct?
Correct.
We've been through that a couple times, so we don't have to go through all of that. But we use the same set of restrictions about their attendance, their previous grades. A very stringent set, and we're still seeing a 68% failure rate of that 6 through 8.
Yes, and I feel a lot of that with the middle school is that parents think that if it's virtual, they're just going to be able to sit down and do it, and they're not. They don't have maturity, first of all, to be successful and set guidelines for themselves. And then even if they seem to be kind of mature, it still takes a lot of parent input. I'm not sure that all parents realize that. Or if they're working full time. Yeah, that's a big piece of it.
Well, I'll be honest, I'll tell you, for me, virtual was not at all what I thought. When I went back to school to do my accounting, I did it virtual, and it was not at all. I thought it'll just be a professor instructing in the same way that it was when I sat in normal college the first time, right? And we'll be seeing their lecture, and we'll have the same, it's nothing like that experience. It's a lot of self-taught, essentially, with a resource to help with that. I spoke with Ms. Alexander, and I think I've spoken with Ms. Kelly before. Again, if one county in the state is offering it and the kid's gonna get it, I don't see any reason for us to reinvent the wheel. Again, I think we should do our in-class instruction with excellence before we branch out into these other offerings. Again, it's.
Just speak really loud back there.
I'm sorry, the West Virginia Virtual School and West Virginia Virtual Prep Academy are both state-level options for elementary virtual as well.
That just started.
Okay. You had your hand raised. Did you want to say something?
Me?
Yes, I'm recognizing you.
So, the 6 through 12, I'm assuming it's some kind of virtual program that you guys created and not like a nationally accredited program like Stride. That's where your failure's coming from.
Well, you're thinking it should be a national program, you're saying? Or what?
So, Upshur County Schools, when they did their virtual program for K through 12, they went through Stride and do K-12 Stride programming. That is their teachers, it is their teachers meeting with you monthly, making sure that you are doing it. It is their contract in which you are signing as a learning coach to ensure you have scheduled live classes in which you must attend a certain percentage of. IEPs are followed, there are meetings for that, there are 504s that are followed with meetings that follow with that. Everything is done through K-12 Stride. It is not a school-based virtual program, because that, I do agree, we learned during COVID. It is a nationally accredited program. It's not state.
We are not, it is not our school either, it's a national platform that we use. We use Edmonton, our teachers don't do our virtual program, it's also a program like that.
And in doing that, you still have that 409.
Middle school. Not in high school.
Which, again, I'm going to say, the success of any student is dependent on their parental support with the system they're using. Whether it's homeschool, virtual school, or here, it's going to depend greatly on a parental support. At least the majority of the time.
Yes, I would completely agree with that.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay.
I'm not trying to let the line either with the new success act.
Okay, I'd like to shift the conversation a little bit to more the brain freeze component. So if we have school, more of, I guess, to be the blended component of it, how do we make it so, hopefully next year we don't have all these snow days.
Right.
But if you have a situation next year where we have a lot of snow days, or if you have a student that maybe goes out for medical reasons where they cannot be at school, do we have an ability that current curriculum instruction that's happening in a Preston County Schools classroom, that there can be a blended component, that they can't physically be here, either because it's a brain freeze day or because of a medical reason, that it could be a hybrid. And I don't know if I guess that's totally different from a virtual
I mean, I would say
platform.
this, Mr. Tate, I mean, do we have instances where teachers may step up to the plate and do that under certain circumstances? Yes. I mean, is there a systematic approach across the district? No. Because we're then requiring our teacher again to trying to manage both elements of that.
Right, which I understand that's a total.
Now, we do certainly look at, in instances that the student is eligible, say, for example, for homebound instruction, that's a potential option. And like I said, we have worked with short-term situations where the student does continue to receive, remote instruction. But that's contingent upon, obviously, teachers' willingness and being agreeable to, working in that manner.
I mean, I just think that's something too, that not necessarily for now, but for a future time, we may want to devote energy to strengthening our brain freeze days in case we have to utilize them more, or if the state gives more flexibility for more of those days as opposed to snow days. You know what I'm saying, where we're out of school, that we can lean on those more effectively with it.
And some of that may involve more predefined curriculum, again, something that's, and we did a lot of that, when Brain Freeze first came in, we had a lot of pre-developed lessons that were, developmentally appropriate for students. Now we're looking more at, next day instruction model.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be something that goes with that at least a little bit, especially in the K through 5 fundamental years of education, because, I mean, how many buses just in the last 2 weeks didn't run?
Several.
Are you going to make up for the fact that those kids didn't get those instructional hours? I mean, does that not matter? It shows me no child left behind, and they're being left behind all over the place, and it shows in Preston County Central scores all over.
No, I understand the concern, Mrs. Aguilar, I truly do.
But just thinking through the logistics of it again, for that, I mean, I don't disagree. There is no perfect solution, right? If you say stop having snow days, just have school, and whoever can make it makes it, and whoever can't, then you're having kids that aren't getting instruction. If you cancel school every time Cranesville just has, has where we can't run the bus, and you have to cancel across the entire county, then a lot of kids aren't getting education because there's only so many days that we can make up. So, I mean, there is no perfect solution there. But even if you try to say putting a camera into the classrooms and just telling teacher, here, teach and have these kids log in. I mean, number one, the investment for the 5, this year's a heavy snow day, and we'd have 5 days that we've missed out on above what we're allotted to take without affecting the schedule. Number one, the teachers would still have to then report, right? So like you'd have to, so your teachers all still have to make it, which means, again, you're going to take away from the potential of having an in-classroom day of education to trade off for having a semi-virtual. I mean, like, there's just, I don't know that there's a perfect solution there. Could we do it better? Absolutely. Is the investment for that going to be worthwhile for the, I mean, when was the last time we had this situation with the number of snow days? Just being completely honest, in Preston County, we used to have a lot, and I love our snow, but we're not there. There's a lot to weigh out there as far as the investment goes. I'm not disagreeing with you that we want to do something.
And I'm saying it's not just about the snow days, it's about the kids out with family emergencies or medical necessities.
And I understand, but just to clarify, just because I'm being liberal with allowing the interaction, but next time, raise your hand or something so we just don't have conversations going back and forth. All right, so I think we understand that we need to look at the virtual, maybe more from the brain freeze standpoint. At this point, I don't hear anything from board members saying that we want to change virtual to K through 5. This is a discussion information item, so if you have a desire for that, this would be a time to say, hey, put it back on the agenda as an action item, but I'm not hearing that. Mr. Zigray?
No, I mean, it's something that, we probably need to discuss at some time, but look, we're losing teachers in the classroom, and you have to pay these people, if they do homebound, you gotta pay another teacher to do that, on their time. But we can't find teachers in our classroom. I mean, I'm more concerned about, Tara Alton not having a teacher next year already, and we probably know we can't find them. Or a split here and a split there that we're gonna have to do. And I got people calling me from the high school saying, hey, are we losing a science teacher? Are we losing this? They're all worried about numbers are gonna be high, and,
So it sounds like you're similar to Mr. Kisner. This is, with our finances currently, this is not the
Definitely.
biggest priority.
Definitely.
Sounds like. Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. Okay, next, moving on the agenda, contract review as per policy 8200. There's nothing submitted for that. Next is the levy check report, which is an information item, and that document is available. Is there any questions or comments regarding it? Okay. Next is accounting procedures for schools. This is a discussion, information, and action item. It's recommended that the board approve the provided school support organizations applications for Preston High School, Roseburg School, and West Preston School. And those are from West Preston Athletic Boosters, Preston High Athletic Boosters, and Roseburg PTO. Can I get a motion for that, please?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Kisner.
second.
Second by Mr. Zigray. Any discussion?
Mr. Tatham, I have received one additional application, just didn't have time to get on today's agenda from the Terrata PTO as well.
Okay, so does that pretty much rolls us up? I mean,
We have
some-
Fellows,ville and we have 3 groups from the high school, which I'm working in conjunction with Mr. Seymour to have those by our next meeting.
Okay, is there any concerns or comments regarding the 3 that we have up for approval? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the schedule of checks to be written. This is an action item. It's recommended to approve the schedule of checks to be written. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Hovatter.
Second.
Second by Mr. Zigray. Is there any questions or comments?
No, just, Ms. Kerstetter, just out of curiosity, like, for a small period of time, you were sending those in Excel as opposed to a PDF. Is that easier or harder, or, like, is it more difficult to send them in Excel?
I believe the Excel is being hand done.
Of the full schedule of checks? I know that he was doing, I know he's done the PDF of the levy checks.
I would have to see this report. I don't run those. Those are done by Mrs. Spike.
Okay,
So I'd
all
have
right.
to see, and
No problem.
I'm not familiar enough
Yeah,
to tell you how she got the Excel.
okay. No problem. Yeah, I certainly don't want to request if it's manual work. Yeah. Okay.
I can see.
No problem. I liked the Excel. It was easier for me to view and like, but if it's more work, I'm not asking somebody to spend an hour for something you can print in 5 minutes, like, yeah.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Oh, now voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next on the agenda is the fundraiser list update as per February 18th, 2025. This is an information item. That document is available for the public. I would just say, first of all, thank you for providing that list. It's nice to have it. Is there any questions regarding the fundraiser list? Okay, not hearing any. We'll move on to the monthly financial report for January 2025. This is an information item, and that document is available for the public. Any comments or questions or discussion? Okay, next on the agenda is the excess levy report from February 18th, 2025. This is an informational item, and it's available for the public's view. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Tatham, one thing I'll mention is trying to work with any major potential and anticipated encumbrances from those funds so we can kind of see the anticipated spend off of the accounts.
Okay.
My only question would be, the amounts that are left over for facility usage. I guess, I mean, I know that's what you're looking at as far as things go, just, I know, for instance, Grasshopper coming up, they're gonna be they are one of the first ones that's being really hit hard with the changes. Do we have thoughts?
The concern is you can't do for all. There's not enough money to do across the board.
Right.
So you would have to use that sparingly for other types of organizations, I would say, that are using it at a smaller amount of time or something. We haven't set up any certain, area where we can narrow these people. I don't offhand think no plan for it. I don't want to just spend it on first come, first served. I don't think that's necessarily fair either.
Right.
So we're seeing really what things look like this year, so apply it later.
One thing, Mr. Kisner, we've tried to communicate with the Grasshopper groups. What's anticipated is $15 per hour for practice or game sessions. They generally do not see any of the custodial costs because they schedule their events during times in which we have staff in the building. And we've been consistent with that with the youth league organizations as well. It's a 15 per hour, practices and games. And I mean, the one thing that I was rather emphatic on, we met with our principals the past week, and is to be sure that there's communication. Mrs. Kerstetter, when she receives the facility use request, we both sign off on it, and it provides the potential budgetary information for the group. I think there were some instances where there was a disconnect, that those organizations weren't necessarily, it wasn't communicated to them the extent of the potential fee structure that they'd be seeing. So I think we worked through a couple of those issues, and working with the groups, we came to an agreeable. But the Grasshopper organization, I mean, I know that was communicated directly to Mr. Dalton, who's helping to coordinate that.
Yeah, and
He
I
does that on
got
a
it.
volunteer basis. I mean, that's not, again, Grasshopper's not school affiliated.
I thought $15 an hour was extremely reasonable, and then it occurs to me 5 nights a week for 4 hours
Yeah.
with
Yeah,
no
exactly.
income if it's, during practice season, right? So I mean, you're looking at $300 somewhere in that allotment per week to do your practices. I mean, that's gonna, their gate's not likely, and again, that's not our problem.
Gate's
And I
big.
don't disagree with, it's not necessarily, but it is our students that are benefiting from it. It is, at a time when we have, per the reports that we looked at earlier, so much more child obesity, these things. So I just was curious,
Well, I want to dive deeper into it. Say, if I'm reading this, so for facility use for the current 2025 school year, that would be from fall of 2024 through now, right? It says we've only expended $299.53 for facility use.
Yeah, that was, because I always make those adjustments at the end of the year. I don't try to, do those, maybe I did it once in December. That was for a custodial, charge that came up that was.
Okay, so if that adjustment's done at the end of the year, it looks like, looking back at the previous years, 44,000 was expensed in 24, 58 in 23, year 22, 45 was out, and then we had COVID, so there's nothing. Do you envision for this year that it's going to be roughly 45,000?
I'm not making that adjustment this year because people are paying for the CDs this year. That was fee and custodial charge. Those are being billed to the groups.
Well, then, is this 82,000 that we have left as a carryover just going to hang out there for?
It's not going to hang out there, but we have to make some sort of adjustment to how we are going to use that. There's also a chance that obviously some of these groups, not the PTOs, but some of these groups do offset their expenses to better our facilities. But they still charge, but there's still an expense for them to use our facilities, even if we waive certain things for them, and they don't pay upfront for those. We still have a ton of extra custodial supplies and things like that that increase. One school, we had to buy a whole new dumpster during this time because the need increases. So that's a rental fee that we would normally have to take. Those things might be charged there because now they need to be giving us things. They might be doing things for our schools, so we're not gonna be necessarily pay, but there's still a charge. There's still an expense, and that's where that would come into play.
So I don't know how we get to where we need to go, other than we have $82,000 left of the 5-year levy that hasn't been spent. So how are we going to utilize that 82,000 specifically for facility use?
Those will be discussed in our budget, to like discussions moving forward. Because that's not for me to determine solely, and I think we need to see the input of really how we work hand in hand. Also because we still, even with it being free, a lot of groups did not turn in paperwork for us to account for them using our buildings the last several years. I don't think that's, the 40-some thousand is necessarily a full picture of what it really ought to be.
Was the amounts of facility usage allocated on a per school basis, or was it just there to be?
No, it is just on a, and we had leftover because I remember this during COVID times when it started. We had leftover because it was not used for.
Yeah, but I was saying like, so we didn't
No,
say
no, like,
if
school gets this, no.
if West Preston was being used for $40,000 a year and all the other schools only accounted for 10,000, that wasn't limited on a per community basis. But it could potentially, just talking through it could potentially be like, we've got $80,000, we're gonna do it across 8 schools, every school administrator's given a $10,000 budget for how to utilize this for their community, I mean, potentially.
First come, first served, and we're gonna get
Or that, right,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
just-
But when you say, if I understood you correctly, you were saying it's not necessarily all your call, that is the determination of the administrative team that does the budget?
Discussion this year is just, by the time you realize that the levy was happening or wasn't, it was too hard to try to say, oh, we're gonna do this whole new plan, and this is how we needed to think, okay, we're gonna just halt on this, we're gonna go back to the original, and then if we have money left over, we're going to use it moving forward from that. We needed to give ourselves a year to regroup and figure out really how we wanted to use that money, to apply it.
Yeah.
And to who we wanted to apply it to.
So does each group have to turn in the hours of usage by the week?
Because obviously, the schools need to know when they're gonna be in their building, so they have to spend hard, but they need to provide a calendar when they want to use the school.
And does that all get coordinated here with central office, or is that just coordinated with the local administrator for all that?
They're supposed to take that, they get the form, they're supposed to look at the calendars, get it in their calendars at the school, and then forward it along if it works.
And then
Or maybe all three.
And then you bill the group, or does the administrator?
Yeah.
You bill the group and then they pay you directly?
Is there any time frame on the levy money that has to be spent? Okay.
Because you gotta realize, we still get revenue from the levy in minor, because like,
Right.
late people,
Right.
for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I was still getting 2010 money into 2015 when I was working here. So you get, it's still kind of, it's an open account for far longer than other accounts, because there's a constant. It's best to use it properly than to, like, just push it out.
Yeah, and I understand, I mean, A, we have to use it properly because that's required by law, and B, I get that. I get that, and I understand on the other side, since this is an internal transfer, that we probably had organizations using the schools, but we didn't have the paperwork in place so that we know that we could transfer that money. I get that, but regardless, on our own documents, we're showing that we still have 82,000 left. So we do need to have a pretty clear-cut policy practices with the schools that can be utilized for the, okay. And then, will that just come to the board for an informational purpose so that we know, so that the community knows?
That way the groups know what they're to expect next year. That was probably, we not have enough time to spin around, create a plan, and get it out to everybody, so everybody was on the same footing. We were gonna end up with people who didn't know that it was this way at the beginning of the year. Because we start getting forms, I start getting forms in May for the next year.
Right.
Which is the problem. So, we just need to finalize that.
I mean, it almost needs to be an announcement and then a cutoff date that says, something, we need to get all forms submitted in for known events by a certain date, so that you kind of recognize how much the need is.
But, yes, but a lot of these groups, they submit the forms like for the next month or next week, and they don't know their own dates yet, which is a constant issue. Like, I have one that was turned in last week, it's just a form, I said, I need the dates, and so, well, we don't have that yet, and they were supposed to start this week. So,
Yeah, I mean, like, for instance,
it's very difficult.
if you consider Grasshopper, again, just as the current example, they don't know their team's, they don't know their current game schedule to request those dates right now. Now, they could say, we want to have practice every night, but part of the problem with that is if they fill the form out ahead of time and school gets canceled, there's nothing that would innately adjust for that to say, hey, you're not allowed to be in the gym, so it automatically comes off the list. I mean, there is a management aspect to it, and you're dealing with a ton of volunteers, so I'm not saying it's simplistic. I do understand some of the complexities.
So based on the Grasshopper, since we keep bringing that up, that's structured more like a youth basketball league. But why? Because my son's played it, and he's played for West in Grasshopper. And it's almost like it's a team to build up to get them to the middle school level or to help promote the middle school team that they're already playing on. So why is the Grasshopper not basically considered the same as the middle school teams that they're already
Mr.
playing?
Varrock, Grasshopper was at one point in time school affiliated. The coaches were hired through Preston County Schools. I don't know the exact time frame when they got away from that. I mean, I know as a youth, when I was, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, Grasshopper was definitely a school affiliated. Coach was hired by the school district, teacher in the school. I don't know the time frame of when we moved away from that model. I mean, I'd have to research it, but I would venture to say probably sometime, I would say probably after the levy's failure in like the mid to late 90s is likely, and that's speculative on my part, but at that, whatever point in time that happened, it evolved to more, like you said, more of a community affiliated. It's loosely affiliated with schools because, they use the school gym locations.
But right now, I mean, just, again, this is all tangential, but keep in mind, once you're part of if the schools were to try to take it over, number one, we have no authority to just say Grasshopper's ours, right? You'd have to appeal to the board that runs Grasshoppers in order to look at that. But number two, then it comes with all the baggage that it comes with the school running it, right? Now we have a say in everything. For instance, most communities in this county have a secondary gym that they can practice in. No school, no problem. Aurora, you go to Maple Springs, West in Reedsville, you go out to the youth center. I think every place but Terrata has a second gym that they can use. No school, no problem. But if you're in the school system, now you conform to the school's rules. So there's pluses and minuses on both sides.
Do we have to pay rent when the teams, like Preston County Youth Center? When we had a snow day the other day, the team had to practice it there. Or Kingwood goes to Civic Center. I mean, are they charging us? I mean, I'm saying.
Civic centers are definitely charged.
Okay, I didn't know. I mean, if
They're not allowed to have practice, just so that you know.
The youth center, I don't know. I would speculate that they would have to pay.
It wasn't, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It wasn't a form, it was
It's an open gym.
Open gym. That's
I
right. There's kids from all over the community.
I can only speak to my experience in the Civic Center. I do recall when I coached at times, we played in a very small gym and we were having to play on a larger floor. I would contact the city and our school account, we paid for rental to use the Civic Center.
When Central was here, we had to pay the Civic Center for Central. Yeah,
Right.
we got to make money, but we had to, there was a fee.
Okay, so let's go back to the levy report. So I want to thank you for the work that you have done in the document. It's nice to see the numbers. I definitely think that we do need to get it nailed down on the large encumbrances that we have. We know some of it's from teachers, and I know the trips will be spent out, more of that. But we need to have a plan with part of the budget for the next year that we can get that exhausted. And then as money comes in, we spend it in the same areas. Right? We're all on the same page? Okay.
I mean, I feel like in this instance, with the amount that you're talking about, it's probably looking at some type of per se allocation. But the school, well, but then, we have to have some mechanism to get this obviously exhausted, so.
You're gonna have angry people on both sides.
Sure.
Yep.
I mean, that's it. we have angry people as it is, when we're trying to be fair to everybody, it becomes,
I think one.
We just got to concede, we're going to piss off 90% of the population and move forward.
One thing I would
'Cause-
say, Katrina, is looking at this year in terms of our expenditure totals, is maybe that would help guide us as to where that money needs to be divided out.
custodial, like, actually was used this year, because I think more people are, schools are getting better about enforcing the form to be filled out. Because I've seen, people I've never seen before fill out a form have been dealing with that. That's why I say this. I'm like, oh, they've used it, oh, they've been using it, that's excuse me. And I'm not joking. So we'll actually have a better idea of what they use.
Yeah, I think in general, like this, same with the support organizations with the policy, you know, the 2400, the school accounting, where we make people follow the process and submit all the forms. Like, you're right, I'm right there with you. Like, I mean, it's required and it makes your job easier, but then it makes everyone to be a part of the process so that we don't have disputes in the end. But we need to get this one over. And I think just doing it the way we're doing it and having the plan put in place and talked about long enough so that people know and not surprised and didn't know is half the battle. Okay, let's move on to the draft 5-year forecast. This is an information item. Is there anything that you want to say about that, Ms. Kurtzetter?
No, this has not been actually presented to the staff here yet.
Okay.
So that's why it isn't where it is.
Executive content, okay.
With their input, there might be some changes. I did this line by line to alter, to what I thought was more real. I didn't just do a decrease, I tried to be very specific with real numbers as much as I could to make it as realistic as humanly possible.
Okay.
So that's what you see.
Directors, we've met twice on that to try to discuss, and like, as
Yeah,
Mrs.
that's
Kirsto
all I
said,
input.
to get some feedback, to be able to put this together.
For me, I think this is the first time I've ever seen something like this far in advance. So I'm very appreciative of it. I was quite surprised when I saw it. I would too like to, as it gets finalized, to know any of the reasoning behind it, the justifications that would help me understand better. But I'm saying that as a form of appreciation that you're involving the board, so it's not just a big surprise at the last minute. Okay, comments? Not hearing any?
Was it mostly just based on enrollment? Obviously, the income makes sense to me when I see the drop from 24 to 25, right? Like, so I can see how that would work, but the expenses, I didn't always know how you were.
Some of it, I use a 5-year history to see how much things have increased in the last 5 years to give myself a percentage. And then I analyze what that percentage came out to be. Let's say, because this is already information. The charter school amount that we've been applying from our state aid, which has been, it's gone up, it was like 190, then it hit the 300s. This year was 360 or 390. Next year's going to be 750. So obviously, I did that. There's no percentage that would have given me 750. So that one I knew I needed to change that and use a real number, and then maybe moving forward I could use a percentage. But I tried to use what I knew. If I knew we were going to pick up a program that wasn't in the last 5 years, I knew I needed to add that. So I mean, the expenses, if I thought, I knew things were going to go down. I literally just went through, saw what was being already spent in those last 5 years, and generally speaking, because it's not necessarily what I could look at, big ticket items, and analyze moving forward, are we, aren't we using this? The revenue was pretty much it wasn't across the board percent decrease. It was based on the 5-year decrease of that in certain things, certain areas. Because I also did it for the which is not on this, I did it for like the special revenue grants as well. So they would have an estimate.
So we don't have your ending balance. That represents what you would say is in the bank account.
That, once you look at the bottom, it says that is in 1 year. That doesn't take in the surplus or the carryover from the prior year. That is just in versus out in 1 year, which is what the school should, that's, so there's the balance is what would be left over.
Okay, so it was essentially the end of a profit and loss.
But it didn't include, I didn't include the prior year's
Right, no carryover. No, yeah, and I saw your disclosures that it's assuming, ending balances does not include the prior year carryover, but that makes sense. And then the adjustments are if we make no changes to our spending. But it does account for if some amount of teachers.
I wanted to be it was very generalized, that things that we've been doing, I kept in unless I knew we weren't keeping it. So like decisions we've already made, I try to include it, but if we haven't talked about it or I didn't know about it, it's in there still.
Yeah, but essentially right now, you were saying that if this were to come in fiscal year 30, that we'd be operating a $1.5 million deficit, it essentially is what this is showing.
If it's current as our
Right,
existing
right.
rates.
Just
with no
based on-
change.
based
It's
on-
it's a great management tool
Yeah.
that we
Yeah.
appreciate.
Yeah,
Of an audit or right this second.
right, yeah.
And with no other work.
And no other changes.
Yeah, and like I said, they haven't seen this, they haven't corrected me on any of these yet.
Okay, but again, I'm very thankful for it as a
Yeah,
as a
no,
manager.
I- it
and
was-
it's appreciated and applauded. Okay. Anything else on that? All right, let's move on to the maintenance work order system update. Mr. Martin, is there anything you have?
No, just to update it as usual, again, trying to work off some of these old existing orders.
Okay. All right, not hearing anything. Next on the agenda is the owner-architect agreement for Kingwood Elementary Secure Entry and Exterior Door Project. This is a discussion, information, and action item. It's recommended that the board approve the owner-architect agreement for the Kingwood Elementary Secure Entry Exterior Door Project. Can I get a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Moved by Mr. Zigray.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kisner. Any discussion?
Mr. Tatham, again, this is a document that's required for SBA-based projects. So pending, obviously, with the approval of Thrasher Engineering as the selected architect, this is just a document that's required at the onset of the project. So pending board approval today, I will contact them. Thrasher was actually on hand last week at Kingwood Elementary, taking any final measurements and so forth at the facility. But pending, once we're able to get this contract back, they can go full tilt in terms of work towards getting this project out to bid and started.
Is this it's quite a long, I think it was 37 pages. Is this a boilerplate, kind of all the same?
Yes.
That you guys are familiar with, that you've read it and you know? Like, I looked through it, but that's a lot to go through and digest.
Yeah, so my question is, are we supposed to have access to the ending document or a working draft? So when you click the link, what is downloaded is a working draft that I don't think is what we should be having access to. For instance, if you go to page 32, it'll say Article 7, Section 7.3, make the following changes to Section 7.3, and then it has the changes to be made. It'll delete the last sentence of Section 7.3 and substitute the following. I don't think that we are actually viewing a final document.
This was a direct download from what Mr. Brakey from Thrasher provided. I can bring this for, if there's, is there any place there's a specific concern?
I mean, throughout the document, there's all kinds of say delete this section, delete this 7 point, I tried to review it, but to me, I was reviewing a revision of changes, not an actual finalized document. I don't believe that this is in, again, if you even look at it when you download it, it is called B101-2017-working draft-offline editing.pdf. It's not even titled as if it's a final document.
Okay.
As much as I don't want to review another 37-page document, I just.
I can get back with Mr. Brakey if there's concerns with the validity of the document.
I just don't know that what we're approving here has anything to do with what the final document would be. It looked to me like a lot of it was, here's what you need to do to a boilerplate in order to make it. And I'm not a lawyer, just.
Did Ms. Curtis review the contract, or who would be the reviews? Is it?
Again, this is consistent with the project paperwork that came in for the high school.
It was like that? Okay, so Mr. Martin's saying this is consistent with how they normally submit the contract for the high school. I've never reviewed a document like a contract to this level before, so I don't have the expertise on that. I mean, overall, I reviewed the price and what their general scope, and I was fine with that. So I'm fine with moving forward, but I don't want to speak for anyone else.
I mean, the very last page talks about the 27th of September 21. I don't know. Again, this is certainly not my area of. Had it not been 37 pages, it would not have been the final thing that I did last night at that point in time. I didn't reach out only because I knew at that hour I wasn't expecting Mr. Martin to do anything with it. Like,
Mr. Tatham, I mean, I can have Mr. Brakey reach out to answer any potential questions that board members may have. If we need to hold off on this, then we'll hold off on it.
I move to amend the motion to authorize Mr. Martin to sign off if this is in fact the final document and he is comfortable with it.
There's a motion on the floor to amend the amendment. To amend the motion that it can be approved if this is the final document and Mr. Martin is comfortable with it. It's seconded by Mr. Hovatter.
I was going to say the same thing, as long as it's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to hold it up.
No.
I just don't.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I had the same thing. My eyes just crossed by the time I was done looking at it.
There's a lot of stuff when I say that.
Yeah. Okay, so we have an amendment.
Okay.
Do you have it? You want to read?
Basically, you're indicating that there was an amendment made that the superintendent may sign off on the document pending that he's in agreement that there's no further concerns with the contractual language.
Okay. We'll vote on that amendment first, starting with a voice. I'm sorry. Is there any discussion regarding the amendment? Any discussion? Okay, not hearing any. We'll start with a voice vote, starting with Mrs. Miller.
Yes.
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 Okay. 5-0.
Okay, so the amendment has been approved, and it's now part of the original motion. Is there any final discussion regarding the original motion to approve the contract?
The only last thing I want to say, Mr. Martin, just make sure pages 10 and 11, there's a whole table of who's responsible, and none of those items are filled out, whether it's between the architect, owner, or, and again, it gives the option of not provided. I'm not familiar enough to know whether or not it should be concerned, whether somebody is responsible for each one of those. So again, I'll trust your call on
Table
that.
incomplete. Any other concerns, Mr. Kisner?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I'll call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is we have a superintendent's performance evaluation. And then also we have on the agenda discussion, possible action concerning superintendent's employment term. I propose that we combine those two together. So I'll make a motion that we enter executive session for superintendent performance evaluation and discussion, possible action concerning superintendent's employment term.
I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion has been made for executive session and it has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any? Is
Well,
this
I can do it that way, hold on.
computer?
So a motion was made to enter into executive session for the superintendent's performance evaluation and possible continued employment term.
Correct.
Okay? Who seconded that motion,
Mr.
Mr. Tatham? Mr. Hovatter, okay. Okay, voting is open. Motion passes 5-0 at 2:51.
I hate missing anything. There was no way I could get everything put in place this morning. I'll be here by 9.
That's what she did.
Instructional coach in Central. And then I think he went to Virginia to get a teaching stuff.
I
Can't remember his name.
I'm like, we need to set.
But I was selling over there a couple of times, and every time I'd walk by and listen to him, I said, this guy, you know,
She's afraid to hurt anybody's feelings.
just had that way with the kids and stuff and getting it
I
across.
think it was hard for her to say that. But I'm saying, she will.
Bottom line, how you gonna see the family live?
Like live streams on.
Okay.
Okay, Brooke. Okay, can I please get a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
I heard Mr. Hovatter first. Okay, so we have a motion to return to open session from Mr. Kisner with a second from Mr. Hovatter. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any. This will be a voice vote? Yep. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Hovatter.
Yes.
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 Motion passes 5-0, 4:40 PM.
Okay, while in executive session, the board met to discuss the superintendent's performance evaluation, and we met regarding possible action concerning the superintendent's employment term. No action was taken in executive session. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the superintendent's performance evaluation. Okay, so the school board did meet with the superintendent, and we filled out his performance evaluation. And the Preston County Board of Education has completed the evaluation of the superintendent, Mr. Bradley R. Martin, for the 2023-2024, I'm sorry, that should be for the 2024-2025 school year. The board affirms that Mr. Martin has met the goals set forth this year, and the Board of Education affirms that we are moving in the correct direction to enhance learning and development of the Preston County's students, and also realizes that there are areas for continued development and opportunities for further enhancement. We believe that with total collaboration between school building staff, service personnel, central office staff, and our 5-member Board of Education, we can continue to progress our system. Okay. Is there anything else that needs to be discussed from the board regarding the superintendent's performance evaluation? Okay, not hearing any, we'll move to our next item. And the next item is possible action concerning the superintendent's employment term. Okay, this is an action item. I have a motion that the board approves a contract for Superintendent Martin for a 2-year term with an annual salary of $134,000 per year, with no other changes to terms or conditions of the existing contract.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by myself and a second from Mr. Zigray. Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay,
Mr. Tate, let me make sure I have this right. Motion approves the contract for Superintendent Martin on a 2-year contract at salary of $134,000 with no other contractual terms being changed.
correct. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Not hearing any other discussion, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Martin, on behalf of the board, we want to thank you for your work for the previous 3-year term. We reflected that with your evaluation, and also we thank you for accepting a 2-year term, and we look forward to working with you
Thank you. I appreciate the confidence of the board and certainly appreciative of the staff that works in our office as well and all their efforts.
Okay. And thank you for all the board members. We've met several meetings regarding this, and it's something that we deliberated on and worked hard, and we appreciate it. And we thank you, Mrs. Barner, for meeting with us. Thank you. Okay, the next item of business is there anything else from the board or any requests for future meetings?
At a future board meeting, again, if it works out for the next one, or if it needs to be, since the next one's our last LSIC, if you'd like to put it down the road. But in our policy manual, R1132 and R1133 are links with Faculty Senate and links with the community at large. Basically, these two policies encourage at least an annual insurement that we are discussing with Faculty and Senate or the community, or opportunity for that. Again, from my perspective, the Faculty Senate can show up at any meeting as far as that goes, and we would be happy to hear them and discuss with them. But I would like to just discuss that. I think that the meeting that we had with our legislators here was indicative that there is feedback to be had from staff and faculty and community, and I think that we should have an intentional meeting looking for that.
What were those policy references, Mr. King?
R1132 and R1133, you'll find them on page 38 of our current policy manual, if that's the easiest way to look at them. But they're called links with faculty senates and links with the community at large.
Okay, thank you. Any other items for future meetings? Okay, not hearing any. I request a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn from Mr. Hovatter,
Second.
second by Mrs. Miller. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 5-0 at 4:46.
Okay, thank you, everyone.